Yeah. Later. Cool. Okay. So like a holding slide.
when I was lost, didn't think I could care for you. You've been there right by my side, even though I know I've done you wrong. There ain't no mountain too high, ain't no river too wide, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Forever now until the end of time, spend my life with you. You can be my sunshine, be my light. Till the end, we're walking through the night. When the stars that shine up in the sky. Together till the end, we're walking through the night. Be my sunshine, be my light. Till the end, we're walking through the night. When the stars that shine up in the sky. Together till the end, we're walking through the night. Sunshine, my light. Till the end, we're walking through the night. When the stars that shine up in the sky. Together till the end, we're walking through the night. My sunshine, my light. Till the end, we're walking through the night. When the stars that shine up in the sky. Together till the end, we're walking through the night.
Joshua Ogiara.
I learned about the Masterclass Foundation. Young Africa works in partnership with KCB Foundation Tujijenge and AfCFTA through WhatsApp status from a friend.
I received a call from
KCB Foundation to join AfCFTA. Now I am working with the program to build the hydroponic greenhouses. What drives me to wake up every morning, there is that opportunity that I've been given and I have to work towards it. Before I joined the program, I was just working in a car wash. I have encountered many challenges out there because I didn't have any skill. It was hard to get a job, but through the program, it is easier to get a job and you earn a living. In the program, I'm working in construction as a mason. About the pandemic, we are doing our best to observe the measures, wearing the mask, sanitizing every moment. I'm hoping to start a business which is through the KCB Foundation and employ more people, especially the youths. I would highly recommend the program to the youths so that they can benefit from it. It has really helped by offering scholarship, which we have gained so much. The message I have for the Mastercard Foundation Young Africa Works in partnership with KCB Foundation Tujijenge and AfCFTA is that they have done a great job helping us to get the scholarship. I highly appreciate that and I would like to continue with the same spirit.
Ladies and gentlemen, from all of the corners of our continent, good morning and welcome to the Africa Shared Value Leadership eSummit. And certainly, I guess, the first of its type, if we consider how all of us are connecting to each other this morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you. My name is Ayabonga Tawe. I am a development economist, a broadcaster, and a policy advisor based here in South Africa. And I'm going to be your MC for much of the day today, and also going to be having some fascinating conversations with young entrepreneurs. It is the KCB Day today. Our session's proudly sponsored by the KCB Group, and some of our discussions also being flighted across KCB's offices in many nations on our continent, least of all in East Africa, that is in Rwanda, Burundi, and in Kenya. And it's great to be with you all this morning. Unfortunately, the CEO of KCB, Joshua Oigara, couldn't join us today, but we certainly do have the power of women. And Jane Mwangi, who's the director at the KCB Foundation, which has done very impactful work, as you would have seen in the video that we just played, will be joining us in the next few minutes or so. She'll also be with us for our masterclass later on this morning. Now, we have a very interesting series of webinars today. The first of our sessions will involve much of our focus, I guess, being on the East African nation of Rwanda and the entrepreneurial ecosystem in that country. I'm going to be joined by Fred Swaneker, and certainly someone who needs very limited introduction if we think about the scale of the impact that he's been involved in on our continent as someone interested in building the entrepreneurial ecosystem, but also very interested in leadership on our continent. He's going to be the moderator for the first session. Also going to be joined by our special guest, the Minister of Local Government in Rwanda, and Professor Anastasa Shiaka is going to be joining us for that session as well as the special guest. We'll then have a second session, which I will be moderating with 7 entrepreneurs from across our continent. And we're asking a very interesting question of the young leaders in the world of business. What kind of leadership from entrepreneurs is needed for Africa to navigate the current moment and some of the challenges that we're going to be faced with? A wide array of entrepreneurs coming from a diverse set of sectors, including technology, energy, defense, and even the social impact and social entrepreneurship ecosystem as well. So a fascinating conversation ahead with those 7 entrepreneurs from our continent. We're also then going to take a look at one of the recent developments on our continent from a policy level, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And we're asking ourselves what opportunities that has for small and medium-sized enterprises across our continent, and also emerging enterprises, and certainly set to be a fascinating conversation. And then we'll come back in the afternoon for a masterclass on shared value, and we'll have some very interesting conversations there in the afternoon. That's how our day looks like this morning, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all on this exciting day. Big thank you to all of our sponsors who've made this day possible, and we'll certainly say a lot more about them as we navigate through the course of the day. Now, there will also be an opportunity. This is certainly not a spectator sport. We do want you to participate and have an opportunity to also engage with some of the contributors and panelists who will be joining us for our webinars, and you can do so on our platform, which is Slido. But before I get to Slido, I just want to briefly talk about social media for a second. We are on Twitter, and of course the recordings from all of our sessions, including this day as well, KCB Day, will be available on YouTube towards the end of the month of June. But we also are on social media, and we'd love to have the interaction there, and you can use the hashtag Africa Shared Value, also use the hashtag ASVS20, and would love to have our interactions there. But for the purposes, I guess, of our discussions on this platform, we will have an opportunity to take a look at a platform called Slido. And I'll say a bit more about Slido and some of the poll questions that will be coming up. It's an application where you can go on Slido, and as you can see on your screen there, you'll be able to access some of the, I guess, codes that allow you to participate in specified polls. And we really want to get a sense from you of where you are, what are some of the things that you're involved in, and of course some demographic information that gives us a sense of who is in the room. Now, without taking any more time, I'd like to take this opportunity to call up Jane Mwangi, Managing Director and at the KCB Foundation. And Jane's going to be joining us to talk about some of the work KCB has been doing. You would have seen that in the video, an initiative like Tujijenge, and also she'll also speak to some of the great work that she's also had an opportunity to do with other partners in the East African space. Let me give the platform to Jane. Jane, welcome. A good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us. Okay. Jane, are you with us there? Let's make sure. It's always a perfect opportunity to use technology like this, and I guess we have to have some teething problems as we leapfrog, but we'll do that nonetheless. Jane, do we have you back on the line?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good morning, Jane.
Thank you so much. Let me start by us. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. And let me start by saluting Professor Sheka, the Rwanda Minister for Local Government, our distinguished entrepreneurs who are so much the guest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning. My name is Jane Mwangi. I'm the Managing Director of KCB Foundation. But today I'm happy to stand in this gap on behalf of Joshua Oigara, who is our Group CEO, who really desired to be with us this morning. And I was also looking forward to be with us live in a live summit as we had planned early in the year. But because of COVID, of course, now we are having to do everything virtually. We are happy to be part of the sponsors of this event. And the reason why this is so important to us is because we do recognize that entrepreneurship is core to KCB Group. And it's core because we realize that entrepreneurs are really the catalysts of any economic growth. For us, if we think about the case of supporting entrepreneurs as a KCB Group, we look at the critical role they play in the economy. And that critical role is not just the role of job creation, but also the role of creating, making payments to governments in terms of tax returns, and just building a whole economy. When COVID happened, definitely we did realize that a lot of our enterprises, customers were so much affected. And in that, at that moment, we therefore had to step in as a group to see how we could support the businesses. And for us, the businesses are not just the big corporates, is where we start right from the startups. You look at the micro businesses. We want to look at small businesses, medium businesses, all the way up to the big corporate businesses, because businesses, the big corporates that we see today are the ones that really started as small startups back, in the years, and have, through a lot of tenacity and a lot of hard work, have grown to become the big corporates of today. And so therefore, as a KCB group, looking at all of them, the whole spectrum, right from the small startups all the way to the big corporates, how have we therefore stepped in to work with them during this pandemic period? And we are happy to say that through the shared value philosophy, a philosophy that really exposes the need for corporates to see how to step in situations such as this. We went ahead and looked at the needs of the communities, the needs of the businesses themselves, because businesses form, communities. And we said the first thing, therefore, is to give them a relief. And giving them relief for us was looking at the fact that a lot of them had to shut because of the pandemic. And during that period when they were shut, is really feeling, being emphasizing with the businesses and saying, let's restructure the loans. Let's look at the needs that they bring to the table. And the needs that they have, the needs they brought to the table for us was need to give them more time to repay their loans. And especially because at that moment, you're really saying with the pandemic, not much business is happening. You don't see people being able to sell the wares they were selling. If it's more shops, offices are closed. Life is not what it was. But therefore saying the intervention that was so appropriate at that moment was the intervention of saying, let's restructure the loans. First thing, stop having them repay the principals. The principal amount, the interest amount. And so we went ahead as a business and gave them 3 to 6 months moratorium based on, the sectors, because not all sectors have been affected by the pandemic at the same same level. When we think about the business we're also doing on the mobile digital platforms and the KCB Mobile, we went ahead and also decided to reschedule, restructure a lot of the loans that they have. We removed the balance inquiries, the fees that we charge them for balance inquiries, the transfer of money between one mobile wallet to the bank account. All those are charges that we have waived. And in total, let me say that on behalf of the group CEO, because I'm really delivering this message and the efforts that he has done, not just for Kenya, because KCB Group, we have, we are in 7 countries, and we know that we are doing a lot of business, especially in Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, South Sudan, and Kenya itself, is where we have therefore gone ahead and to date we have recapitalized the principal and interest in arrears since March to the tune of about $2 billion. That is so much to the small businesses, and really saying that the cost of restructuring all those loans is a cost that we are saying we are ready to bear, and we have borne as an entity. And of course also we have also gone ahead to the digital platforms, which is also a partnership that we have with Safaricom itself. We've gone ahead and already extended about $100 million. That's about 10 billion Kenya shillings worth of loans to those customers, in terms of now just restructuring the loans that they had for us, with us. And then The reason why that has been important for us is because under the shared value concept, we do not operate in a vacuum. We as a business, we cannot say that we are separated or far away from the needs of the businesses, because we do recognize that for us to make the profits that we make as a business, it is through the small enterprises, all the way building up the building blocks from a startup to a micro business, to a small business, to a middle-sized business, and to a big corporate. And then looking at all of them holistically, therefore, we realize that it's important to support them. And the support is not just necessarily a financial support. It's not just giving them loans. We look at the needs of entrepreneurs holistically as a package. And in terms of that package is also recognizing that they need a lot of just business support. We as a corporate, when you look at big corporates all over Africa, they are able to engage or to go ahead and contract the likes of big consulting firms to come and give them support. But that same, that same practice is a practice that small businesses are not able or do not have the luxury of engaging. Yet it's a very, very, very critical, service that consulting firms provide to businesses. And what it is we did as a corporate, KCB corporate group, all over the countries that we are serving, is now work closely with KCB Foundation, which is so much the social arm of business, and begin to say, let's build the capacity of all these small businesses to grow. And in growing these small businesses, we did look at what the components they need in order for them to move from one stage to the other. And holistically looking at all that, we look at access to credit as only one component. But before access to credit is where we say, supposing we make them technically sound. And by technically, looking at technical soundness of any business, is beginning to ask ourselves, as the micro businesses open up their business, do they really have the technical ability to run the business? For example, if I want to open a business as a hairdresser, am I technically sound to run a salon? Do I even have the technical know-how and the science behind doing hair? And so the first thing, therefore, as KCB Group, we did is to therefore think of how to do things scientifically by looking at all the needs and intervening at different levels. So the first level of intervention for us has always been building the businesses' capacity technically, training the businesses on technical soundness. Because if they are technically sound in the field that they have chosen to be in, then they are bound to have better results. But besides the technical soundness, and this is part of what KCB Group has therefore partnered or financed the foundation to do, is then to look at how to give the small businesses access to finance. And in giving them access to finance is where, again, we say credit is not it's not a standard loan. There are various levels of credit that are needed in any small business. And these levels of credit are, they're different from each other in the sense that you need a startup capital, you need a working capital, and you need tools of trade. And if you have one and not the other, then what happens is that you see a business, it has ability to start, but it has no ability to sustain itself because it got the startup capital, but it struggles every day with the working capital. And therefore, what KCB Group in large has done is to come and say, let's now give businesses a holistic package, a package that will allow the business to really be able to thrive. And so we give access to credit, those three types of credits that we are talking about: startup capital, working capital, and tools of trade. Because tools of trade is what will allow the small businesses, right from the micro level all the way to the corporate level, be able to realize or be able to realize the efficiency they need for a higher outcome. And besides all that, therefore, then you look at issues of supporting those businesses in terms of business incubation and incubating the businesses. What it is we have done as KCB Group is to therefore provide the small businesses with consulting, consulting facilities. And in that, once again, the group has partnered with the foundation in beginning to train consultants to do the incubations of the business. And when you look at a big corporate, what do we see as services that are provided by several consultants that make the corporates very successful? One is legal service. We begin with legal service because you want all these businesses to be formally set up and to have that legal backing that allows them even to be recognized by government as formal businesses, moving from informality to formality. But all that is usually done through legal, service. Then, of course, we do have marketing. Marketing service is good because no matter how good a product you have, if you don't know how to package it and put it on the street, then there isn't much that you are doing. And so once again, that is a service that we have considered to be very important, and most critical is the accounting service. And so what the KCB Group has committed to do, especially to the Tujijenge program under the KCB Foundation, is to provide those three critical consulting services to the small businesses, not only in Kenya, but all the way in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Burundi, in South Sudan, because we are saying if we support these small businesses by giving them these consulting services, which they themselves cannot afford to contract because resources are limited, then what happens is that with that support and a combination of access to credit, what we are bound to see is a lot of growth. And this is why we are happy, the CEO was glad to have sponsored this event today because it's not just word, but it's saying we shall put our money where our word is, because if these small businesses all are able to grow, then collectively we are able to make a big contribution to the economies of Africa. And above all, we are able to create jobs also for the young people, because it's these informal businesses, it's the entrepreneurs of today who really create the jobs opportunities for the youth. In Rwanda itself, I know that so far we have started the Nigeria program. We have sponsored about 290 young people. We are looking to grow those those numbers. In Kenya alone, we have done 37,000 young people that we are working with, and we have established over 5,000 small startups that we are busy supporting through the incubation process. We are beginning to go to Tanzania. We just started last year. And once again, have put in big resources. We sponsored over 200 young people. And going to Uganda and South Sudan is part of what it is, the agenda that we are doing this year. As a conclusion is really to say that the small businesses of today that you see is really our future big corporates. But saying that entrepreneurship is hard, it is so much the act of planting a seed and having the faith that it will grow. It is a lot of tenacity. It is a lot of hard work. And if we as big corporates, as banks, we don't step in to intentionally support the businesses, especially during this pandemic season, then what will happen is that we'll all bring down the economies. But if we intentionally say we'll have the courage to give them all the support, to handhold them, to be tenacious enough to move them forward every single day, then what we see as small today is what we shall celebrate as big corporates tomorrow for Africa by Africans, and really making a big contribution in creating jobs for our youth, who are really our pillar. And then with those remarks, therefore, let's say that KCB Group, on behalf of our group CEO, We are staying the course. We are looking forward to scaling all the businesses we have started. And the ones that are still ongoing during this hard period, we ask you and we urge you to stay put, to stay strong, because under the shared value initiative and the concept, we are committed to the cause and we are with you along the journey. We have all the faith, and that's why we have put our money where we believe that the future belongs. And the future, as our CEO always says, the future belongs to the doers. It is you who wake up every single morning to do the hard work. And I'm sure that Professor Shiaka of Rwanda, the Minister of Local Government, will agree with me that as corporates are doing whatever they're doing, governments are giving corporates all the support, and we are in it together because we all look to have a bright future. And that's exactly what sustainability is all about. We cannot afford to have anything collapse, but we must all pull together during this difficult moment, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share those thoughts on behalf of our group CEO and KCB Group at large.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Jane, and really speaking about, I guess, the immediate concerns in the moment for many small and medium-sized enterprises. And I really like that comment at the end that the future belongs to the doers. And Jane Mwangi, the Managing Director of the KCB Foundation, which is the social investment arm of the KCB Group. And a big thank you to her for really sharing some of the work that they're doing, be it in the credit space, right through to working capital support and incubation, and even bringing to bear consulting services that are needed for many early stage enterprises. Now, we move along swiftly and continue as we do to thank some of the sponsors who have made this possible, and all of the organizations across the length and breadth of our continent that have formed part of this movement, and we certainly doff our hat to them. And as we move along, I just want to maybe come back to how all of us are going to be able to interact with each other this morning using Slido. And as you can see there on your screen, go to slido.com and you can type in Africa Shared Value Leadership, ASVL is the acronym there, and don't enter any hashtag. So this is not Twitter, you don't have to enter any hashtag, but I can already see some of you on Twitter have already started to engage with us, and please continue to do so using the hashtag Africa Shared Value or hashtag ASVS20. Now, our next session is going to be focusing on Rwanda, and you would have heard the Managing Director at the KCB Foundation making reference to Professor Shiaka, who's the Minister of Local Government in Rwanda. And Professor Shiaka is going to be our special guest in a panel moderated by the founder and CEO of the Africa Leadership Group, Fred Swaneker. And as I said when we started, a man who needs very limited introduction, and somebody who's very interested in entrepreneurial ecosystems and leadership on our continent. Fred, I'm going to hand over to you, and also send my regards to the Minister of Local Government in Rwanda, Professor Anastaka Shiaka.
Hi, Fred.
Hello.
Fred Swaneker. Hi, I'm looking forward. Oh, Fred, you can't hear me.
Seems to be having a bit of a challenge there with Fred Swaneker's screen, and we see his screen slightly frozen there. And I guess it's a case in point for many of us on the continent about how we can make sure that every inch of our territory on this continent is connected in a way that allows us to work in the remote way we've been doing so under these trying conditions. But I see Fred might be back with us there. I can see some movement on his screen. Fred, maybe if you can just give us a wave there, if you're back with us.
You are live. You are live.
So should I get started?
Yes, please.
Okay, welcome everybody. Excited to have this discussion with everyone online. And I'm excited about what's going to be a very enlightening discussion. As many of you know, Africa is home to the youngest population in the world. The average age of an African is 19, compared to the average age in Germany or Japan, which is 47. And 70% of our population in Africa is below the age of 30. So really, when you look at those statistics, you realize that if Africa is going to move forward, we're going to have to unlock this really great asset that we have, our youthful population. So today, as we stand at this very challenging moment in history, we are looking forward and asking, how can the younger generation secure our future? And what I really like about young people is that we're optimistic and we can see possibilities. And so therefore, we believe that if we can harness the innovative ideas and energy of our youth, we can really move this continent forward. So to have this discussion today, we're joined by a distinguished panel, which includes the Honorable Professor Anastase Tujijenge, the Minister of Local Government in Rwanda. Prior to his appointment as Minister of Local Government, Professor Anastase Tujijenge was the Chief Executive Officer of Rwanda Governance Board since 2011. And he also served as the Executive Secretary of the Rwanda Governance Advisory Council from 2008 to 2011. We're also joined by 4 amazing young Rwandan entrepreneurs, most of whom have had to operate during the COVID period as essential businesses. They come from gas and energy, they have businesses in water and agriculture. So we have the entire ecosystem really of what is needed for survival to meet our most basic needs represented by these entrepreneurs on the panel today. So I'd like to start with you first, Honorable Tujijenge. Welcome again to our panel.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you very much. To be here representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, who, as you know, have wanted to be around, be here, but he has requested me to stand in for him. And also, I want to start by thanking the organizers of this very important eSummit. And I'm told it was supposed to take place in Rwanda, but given the challenges of COVID, then we have to resort to technology so that we can still do what we have to do. It's a pleasure. I want also to thank the Rwanda team at the Rwanda Convention Bureau, with you, Fred, who have been working for it to happen. But we are very much appreciative to the organizers, TK, for your efforts and all the team to make sure that this very great idea becomes materialized. And we look forward to the outcome of it. Otherwise, also sending the greetings from the President. So for the second point I wanted to highlight, and as you asked before I enter into Fred, I think we need more Freds. We need people with great ideas like you around the continent, in our country, bringing in really that passion and action, combining both passion and action of transforming Africa through the transformational leadership of the youth, the new younger generations. So we want to thank you for the great things you are doing for the continent, including the initiatives you are having in our country here through the African Leadership University and through other initiatives you are really leading across the continent. There is no better way of appreciating the youth and showing what the youth can do on the continent than actually showing it through what you are doing as an African, but as a true leader and as as a young generation as well. So it's really a reflection. Probably we need 50, 100, 200 of friends around the continent so that really our prosperity, the Africa we want, can be shaped from this young generation. From coming to the question you asked, Rwanda's experience. Number one, the Rwanda you see today in its strive to rebuild, to leave the bad history behind, to reconstruct after the 1994 genocide. This is a Rwanda which is a product of a youth passion, youth innovation, youth engagement. The people who liberated this country, the people who fought and stopped the genocide in 1994, all of them, the oldest were in their early 30s when they started the enterprise, the idea of liberating Rwanda, early 30s. Those were the oldest among them. Otherwise, the bulk of liberators of our country, the bulk of those who reconstructed Rwanda from the scratch in 1994 were simply young people in their 20s and even less. So that's the first thing we need to, when we talk about youth and Rwanda and the new Rwanda, as we call it, is that we start from, they took Rwanda from the scratch to where it is in its strive towards transformation. Second, all the businesses, the innovation, the greatest innovation we have here around Kigali are coming from the young people in the water sector, in IT sector, in the other developmental sector. The young Rwandans have been amazing in capturing the opportunities, in forging the ways towards innovative, and in creating a sense of ownership and a sense of self-confidence. So and thirdly, we see in different agenda driven by the government of the people of Rwanda, by the top Rwanda leadership, we have created a number of homegrown solutions that have been responsible for the little U-turn we are having in the direction, but also in results that Rwanda is achieving. Whether we talk about homegrown solutions in social sectors, we talk about community health workers, we talk about Umuganda, we talk about Mihigo, we talk about other economic innovations. All these are built on the will, on the wish and the energy of the young people. We see the young people in different sectors that have spurred the Rwanda's transformation journey as we see it. And fourth is the imperative of ownership of the programs, ownership of the future, ownership of a transformational mindset, but also ownership in playing a role in leadership. What the top leadership has done has created a number of great opportunities in both business, in capacity development, in leadership, and in social transformation. All these created opportunities have been captured properly, maybe not to the maximum. It doesn't mean you have maximized, you have done everything, but to a certain degree that gives us hope and confidence that opportunities created by the top leadership of this land is not going to be a wasted opportunity, is being captured by the youth to make use of them, to make use of the great ideas and implement them. So we see a lot of energy, we see a lot of eagerness and willingness from our youth to be part of the transformation, but also to be part of the Rwanda we want. And lastly, I must also say, there are key values, key strategic values that we need to have for a country, for us as a country, for us as a continent, that actually will be imperative to spur the transformation we want and to secure, as you did put it well, very well, Fred, our future. Which are those key values there? The value imperative number one is the value of shaping the character, which is reflected in the values of unity, and dignity. Among our youth, we see those values were emerging and properly shaping. The second value is around the imperative of self-reliance and resilience. It's very important because the two are responsible of creating a sense of improving livelihood, of creating an appetite for better, for higher levels of prosperity and wealth on our continent and among our people. So self-reliance is very key, otherwise it won't work. The third set of values that we see in our youth and that from our experience that we think are important going forward is the set of values for ownership, I said it, but for innovation and foresight. Innovation and foresight, both combined, give us a foundation for creating a result orientation and problem-solving mindset. So we see those three types set of values among our youth, and we connect them to the little results we are achieving, to that very impetus coming for a younger generation, and we want to keep encouraging them, as we have most of these very brilliant young entrepreneurs from Rwanda here. So their solutions, the solutions they are bringing in, are also coming from that set of wanting to do things together, to do things better, but also to tap into the great ideas they are having around the top leadership into translate into reality, implement them so that out of an idea, you get a concrete result.
Thank you very much, Minister. Wonderful to hear about the problem-solving mindset that young Rwandans are bringing to bear, and I like this Rwandan concept of agaciro, which is something that really I see coming through in many of the young people that I interact with in Rwanda. So
you said it better. I said dignity, and you did put it much better than you. So it's agaciro. That's very true. Thank you.
And that's a testament to the leadership of His Excellency President Paul Kagame and ministers like yourself. So that is wonderful and a great example for the rest of Africa. So speaking about entrepreneurship, I'd like to engage some of the entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs that we have on this panel. Starting first with you, Christelle. You who's the managing director of Rwanda Water Access. For those of you who don't know. Christelle, you were a finalist in the Jack Ma Prize for entrepreneurs last year, and something I had the pleasure of judging. I enjoyed hearing your story then. So that really makes you therefore one of the best entrepreneurs, not just in Rwanda but in Africa. To win such a prize. And you're in quite an unusual space. Water. Not many entrepreneurs even know that you can build a business from water. So what have you learned about what it takes to be as successful as a young African entrepreneur?
Thank you, Fred, and thank you for the compliment. I'm still getting used to being called the business hero. So I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned, not only as an entrepreneur, but one that is in a very, very social sector, like the water sector, is to really be determined and committed to what you want to bring about. So this is about commitments, not only to have a profitable venture, but commitments in terms of your people, in terms of keeping high quality standards, and also really delivering about your dream and vision and staying true and honest to it. Another thing in particular as an African entrepreneur is you need to be able to pivot quickly and adjust quickly to new changes. You can't really be a normal traditional business and, put a lot of red tape on your whole process. And, for example, a crisis like this hits to make a decision. You can't have that kind of businesses and be successful. Those really drain money. So as an African entrepreneur, especially, you have to really be able to pivot quickly. And to be able to do that as a company, you need to invest a lot in your people, because as an entrepreneur, changing our mind or our strategy about something can happen quickly in our minds, but we need to be able to carry our whole staff with us as we go through that transition. So that requires basically preparing your staff and creating a kind of work culture where this can happen. And I think this is one of the most challenging things of our time, because if you were not already doing this kind of people building before, not taking it very seriously, probably navigating this crisis with your staff has been very difficult. And that's something actually we invest a lot in Water Access Rwanda. So we really value training. It's a core value in the company. Flexibility is a core value. And I've seen employees, again, and not everybody fits 100% into the culture you want them, but I was really, really impressed by how a lot of the employees, even some who have not finished their 1 year with the company, were able to really adapt and go through with it, especially within work environments that were very frustrating and stressful, working apart, yet getting mixed messages every day. Today we say we're going to do this, and tomorrow it's like, hey, stop that, do this. Or we go to bed with a plan, and Minister Shaka goes on TV and he's like, well, cancel your plans. So having employees that are able to work within that culture and still wake up and be like, okay, things didn't work out as we planned, but let me listen to the new directives, or let me on my own be flexible and innovate around that. That has been very, very important. And as we learned a lot during the African Entrepreneur Prize Initiative, really your people are your biggest asset. So I've been even more reminded about this during this crisis. First, recognizing the little investment we've made and how it's been paying off, but also with renewed commitment to even do more, because we did have some failures and gaps that now we're more committed to address and make sure we really invest a lot in our people.
Wonderful. So you're talking about the importance of commitment, of resilience, and most importantly, agility, the ability to change when the conditions around you change. And you talked also about the importance of bringing your team along and the culture, so that you can, because as an entrepreneur, you can't do things by yourself. You need to be able to bring all your team along. And so that's a some great reflections from one of the best young entrepreneurs in Africa. So thank you, Christelle. Now, Liban, you run Safe Gas, and you had to operate your business during the COVID period, where there were a lot of constraints that were we all faced. What did you learn about resilience and innovation during this period?
Thank you, Fred. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, for us, it was actually a very interesting moment in terms of the business itself. What took us, in every unfortunate situation, there's always a silver lining, as they say. So in the end, just to put it into perspective, the first 3 months of this year, is January through March, compared to what the business that we did in April only, was absolutely amazing. We in one single month, we doubled the entire sales of January through March. The point I'm trying to make is, during this pandemic, during the COVID, yes, life stopped and all that happened, but also certain things, certain fundamentals, people went back to some. We managed to switch fundamentally from the traditional uses of energy and things like that, in a way that it will never be again the same. So household had enough time to interact with modern sources of energy and all that. So basically, what we learned from us is, and I think Christelle alluded to the point, is the fact that we have always to be ready. We had to very quickly pivot towards this sudden surge of demand, which we had never anticipated. So the targets that you had by the end of the year, we are most likely going to exceed them by the half of this year. So gas effectively has entered mainstream, and it is the de facto cooking energy in most Rwandan homes. So that one has been established as a function of this. Now, how did we function to meet that kind of demand, given the circumstance? Is we learned that actually the so-called non-essential stuff, actually the most critical component of our businesses. We tend to, you have this hierarchy where they get paid less and less and less, as you go up the ladder. But as a rather very expensive personnel was at home lounging, in in conference calls and stuff. We had actually a core of our team running the rounds, managing the supply chain, and at no single point did we have any glitch. So it was a very eye-opening exercise and experience in a sense of how we prioritize our personnel, how we incentivize our personnel, and how we will be able to move forward in this new normal. So for us, it has fundamentally changed our business in how we move forward from a personnel, a resource standpoint. So that is number one.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, and I mean the other points that are related to the resilience of Rwandans. I was absolutely impressed by the limits people are willing. You know, we never slow down at any particular point. With the surge in demand, the supply, we basically had a demand shock. And we really had to work backwards. Because if you look at it, Fred, I always like to say this, gas is the telecommunication of our time, whether we like it or not. It is transforming how each and every single household is being organized, being built, and COVID-19, with the families sitting at home, spending more and more time together, we basically had the opportunity to interact with this new product. It finally entered Rwandan homes. And I really don't see it coming out anymore. So that is the key thing. Resilience and all that, that is the DNA of Rwandans. I mean, like Honorable Minister mentioned, the story of Rwanda was built on the youth. So for us, I think the youth I think our average age, the oldest we have in our company, I think, is myself. So everybody's in the 30s. So really the energy is there, the drive is there. The multiplier side of the businesses, other businesses that will shoot from this gas wave that I'm seeing, I really don't see it being stopped anytime soon. So in short, I think gas is here to stay. It's in people's homes, and the true resilience of Rwandans and I guess the African spirit in general will really carry it forward.
Thank you. Again, emphasizing the importance of resilience and agility, the willingness to change. If anyone is listening out there who's a young entrepreneur, I hope the lesson you're getting from this is the only constant in life is change. And if you want to be successful as an entrepreneur, you've got to be willing to pivot and change. Otherwise, you won't get there. And also, really inspiring to hear about how even in challenging moments like the COVID crisis, there are some great opportunities, like you've talked about.
Absolutely.
How do we, as a continent, use this moment to reimagine how we do things and to really think about new possibilities and not only be thinking about the crisis that we are currently facing. Thank you, Liba. Rosine, what for you does the new normal look like in the agricultural sector? And what lessons have you been learning during this pandemic?
Thank you, Fred, and distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. We have learned a lot, especially in the agriculture sector. I think COVID-19 has really defined what agriculture is more than anything I have ever seen in my lifetime so far. And some of the major things that we have learned is that more than anything, agriculture, for it to be resilient, for us to build a self-reliant future, as well as a resilient future from anything really that can come, that all our supply chains, all our activities needs to be hyper-local. For the very first time, I saw how important it is to have food production very close to whomever is consuming, whether it is producing food right next to the homes or producing food closer to whomever is going to consume it. And I realized that with the lockdowns and no major movements of different things, I realized how important it is that we rethink how agriculture input, agriculture knowledge and technology needs to be so home-based to ensure actually the vision that Rwanda has been having and is on really fast speed implementing it of made in Rwanda. And it really find it really just like made at home, made in Rwanda, made in my village when it comes to, agriculture and food production. Some of the major, now the new normal, how it looks like at this point in time is that everything that we have been relying on, for example, seed inputs or agriculture technology, that it can be closer. And people who can bring it closer actually are not that far. It's the young people that we are currently living with on a daily basis. And major lessons that I found is we can, farm with the less, farm with less people, employ more technology, and also challenge really the traditional ways of farming. Whereas, affordable people will be a lot of people gathered in the same area. This COVID-19 has challenged that belief. Actually, how can we farm better without assembling in places, and also plan things earlier to ensure that if something like this happens, we won't miss rain in case we don't have, irrigation materials, for example. Something else that we have seen is we have seen that we need to grow so much on very little land. Rwanda is extremely blessed with like an amazing climate and everything. However, our land is very small and it's not going to change. And the challenge that we have in front of us, especially even in this period of COVID-19, the land that we have is not changing, but how do we increase production on this small that we have and actually be able to satisfy our own people from within us, right? Like within the bounds that we have. That was another challenge that was really exciting to start seeing, innovations and some developments within that space. And how do we challenge, self-reliance when it comes to agriculture? And lastly, we have seen that it is imperative to involve communities to ensure that all this knowledge that we have really doesn't stay within, one company or one institution, that it can actually be shared with others. Because, as shared value we have seen it applied is, you can't grow alone. Actually, in agriculture, to be successful, to ensure food security and profitability, is that more people can actually be empowered to know and learn how to build, climate resilient agriculture systems that can actually contribute to the food production in general. So one person can do it. To ensure what we need is that we build more people to be able to participate. So those are the three main lessons that we learned, that anyone everywhere can learn and be able to produce something that is resilient to future, pandemics. Let's hope they don't come, but in case they do, we'll be prepared.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Rosine. Talking about the importance of shared value and bringing the community along and making sure that, as you mentioned, agriculture is a wonderful example of how really you can create shared value in Africa. And so, I applaud you for entering that pathway. For those of you who don't know agriculture, we spend $40 billion a year importing food into Africa that we have enough, soil and water conditions to grow. So this is a tragedy. More young people need to be going into this sector because it's a great opportunity for us to create wealth in Africa and to become more self-reliant. So you're an example, and I hope more young people will follow in your footsteps. You also talked about all the innovation you've had to implement, and one of the things that I believe is that constraints drives innovation. And this moment where you are under constraint, you have to think differently. And you've come up with some new ideas. You're talking about learning how to grow more crops with less land and thinking different about irrigation and so forth. Honorable Minister, one of the things that Rosine mentioned was that she believes that agriculture now needs to come closer to people where they live and within the villages and and to become a more hyper local. What are your thoughts as a Minister of Local Government on this? On what she's proposing? Are you now going to have farming in all the local?
No, I think I totally agree with Rosine. Sometimes the bad things come with some good sides. And the good side of this situation we are in are twofold. Actually, as much as we have been negatively affected by the COVID and its pressure on us, but I think it has pushed us to think beyond the normal, beyond the classical thinking. So now we are finding solutions, as Rosine was putting, solutions that are IT-based, that are innovative, that are possible, that are catalyzing much more development than in the traditional way of doing business. So agriculture productivity is key. Yet, by and large on the continent, we have it low. And yet, using our innovation, bringing in our brains and the youth, we can do much better. So I've seen in different parts of the country, in the center, and Rosine is also coming in, and Christelle with the water project. So we have seen great innovations in that sector that traditionally, maybe that's where we had a gap on the continent. We thought that agriculture is only for the rural, uneducated people. But actually, with the new trend of these innovative youth, we are seeing intelligent agriculture coming on the ground on the continent. I can only say I wish to have more Rosines coming up so that actually the little land we have, it can be not only sufficient for us, but actually we can show that we can feed the next 20, 30 million, whether Rwandans or Africans or anybody else. That's where really the center of transformation lies, in innovative ideas, but in connecting those innovative ideas with the people that need it. Because transforming Africa will not be meaningful unless it is about transforming the people of Africa, those educated like ourselves, but also those, our parents and our brothers and sisters that are still living massively on agricultural productivity.
Wonderful.
So
thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's Rosine, you have the minister's support to continue doing what you're doing. Now, one of the things that the minister mentioned was about innovation, and technology is one of the most powerful tools for driving innovation. So, turning to you, Regis, you run the CAL group in Rwanda. How technology has brought a lot of opportunities globally. How can we begin harnessing the power of technology in Africa, and especially in sectors like agriculture, where you also play? I mean, how do we think about bringing this to really allow us to leapfrog and do some really exciting things?
Thank you, Fred. Actually, Honorable Minister and Rosine said it well, and I'm glad that's a part of his conference. The things I realized when this crisis started, especially in Rwanda, I remember when the lockdown started, everyone was looking to have like supermarket in his home. And they wanted to buy many things so that they can accommodate it in the home. So that shows how the food is really needed. So technology is the key to drive our food security. And when it comes to agriculture, there are things we need to adopt the technology, like Rosine mentioned about increasing productivity per hectare, for example. But we can't increase productivity without having or using mechanization. So mechanization is part of one of the technology we can adopt in Africa. And when you see the level of how we are adopting this, it's still low. So we need to adopt mechanization so that we can do our farm or do our agriculture within easier way of farming. You can't do, for example, farming for within 100 hectares by using just hoe, and you need more laborers to use that hoe. So, but when you have just a machine, you can grow, you can farm within like 10 hectares within 1 day. So, but within without the machine, it takes a long time to grow. So that's one thing. So when you look at the climate change in Africa, we are still depending on rain. So to have a huge production, we need to not depend on rain. We have to depend on water. Christian is here, but irrigation is still a problem in Africa. So when you can adopt the irrigation system and adopt irrigation technologies to our farms, it will increase the production we are talking about on per hectare, and will secure the food for tomorrow. Those are some of the technology we need to adopt in farming, but also we have to look on the post-harvest. When you looked at this pandemic crisis, there was a problem of farmers. Farmers faced or suffered a lot because of they was lacking the market. Supermarket, some of the restaurants and hotels were closed, and that caused the lack of market. So that shows how we need value addition for the produce we are producing. Example, when you look at the horticulture, vegetables. Now, when you look at Rwanda, for example, there was a big losses of vegetables because of the lack of the market. So we need to adopt also the technology in value addition to process those produce we are talking about, so that within the future we can be able to store enough food, so that we're not just buying or taking a supermarket in our home, but also buying everywhere. So those are the key technology we need to adopt in agriculture sector.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. You mentioned, Regis, you mentioned that everyone wanted a supermarket in their home. I like that. Overnight, everyone wanted a supermarket in their home. So it's up to us to think about technology and agriculture in different ways so that they can have the supermarket in their home. So I'd like to take some questions from the audience. Some questions have been coming in from different participants. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them on the slido.com, #ASVL. So one question here, as young entrepreneurs, what would you do differently if you had to start over again? And let me pass this question over to you, Christelle.
It took me a few years to figure things out. I think if I would be starting out right now, I would be a little bit more aggressive with my market than I was. I think when I started, there is a valuable advice I've recently learned, also through the whole ANPI journey, that marketing and innovations are the things you need to invest in. The rest is really just making sure you're profitable, like cost controlling. So I think if I was starting over again, I would really be more aggressive with market penetration and so on. I mean, the other things I've already touched on, people are big assets, and that's always important. But I think this is advice goes to entrepreneurs starting out. Test out your products, but once you have a good product, don't be shy, run with it. Take over that market. Don't worry about investing in marketing, because at the end of the day, you want every person to have access to your product. And it's a common, that shyness is a common thing I see. We kind of wait on the market to get ready for us when we can actually be grooming our own market.
Great. So advice from Christelle, be more aggressive, get started earlier, don't wait, right? Africa needs young people to become entrepreneurs. What about you, Rosine? How would you respond to that question?
Definitely, one of the things that I have seen is if I will start all over again, I will be so, my priority will be learning, and I will keep on learning everything that I can do. I will just put learning at the front and center. Why? Because as young entrepreneurs, sometimes we are new, we have a lot of passion, and sometimes it's okay, we don't know how to do everything, but there are always people who are willing to share, and there are programs that can help you, fast track and be able to learn. So I will learn a lot, especially within the industry that I am in agriculture. I personally do not have an educational background in agriculture. I have a background in accounting and finance. However, through learning, I've been able to contribute in this industry. Although so many people who know about this may be way older and have much more knowledge, but people have shaped my understanding that has helped me not only stay afloat, but actually be able to thrive within an industry. So always maximize all the learning opportunities that are there. If you have the passion, go ahead and get started, just like Christelle said, but make sure that you learn. Because knowledge is power and it's very available. And then, go on with your passion and, do it, kill it.
Fantastic. Life, you never stop learning. You have to keep learning. And even as an entrepreneur, you talk about learning from others and going into fields, venturing into fields where you're not even trained for, because you don't go to university to learn how to be an entrepreneur, right? You learn how to be an entrepreneur by being an entrepreneur. And so that's a great, thoughts from you. Liban, there's another question I would like for you to touch on. It says, Rwanda is such a great success story. What is Rwanda doing differently from other African countries? So if you think about lessons, because people from all across Africa are listening to this, and Rwanda is a great success story. What are some of the insights that you would have for people from other countries about what they can learn from Rwanda?
Thank you so much, Fred. I think there are a couple of things that we can learn from Rwanda. I think the takeoff is very, very important. Rwanda understood very early enough, unlike many other African countries, that actual wealth is created by the private sector. So it moved really fast to organizing the private sector in a more productive manner by building the right institutions, setting the right legal and regulatory frameworks that enables all these businesses to thrive. So that is number one. And then the second part is Rwanda was the first countries in the continent where they prioritize the youth among anything else. Fine, other countries do it, but in a more what is the word? In a more they really don't mean it as much. But quite frankly, Rwanda, it's probably the only country where you'll find, heads of government and then many institutions who are actually in touch with the times. So it is absolutely critical, especially in this era that you're living in, that the leadership acknowledges and is in touch with the times. So to me, I think that is the second most important thing. And then number three, the government of Rwanda understood very, very early enough that it has to get out of the way for the private sector to thrive. We are constantly, of course, in fight with several government institutions in terms of what we need to do as a business and what they need to do. But the dialogue is much, much easier because number one, there's a high level of meritocracy in the government. So people that you interact with on the other side are more or less your equals and at times even better. But you tend to find in many other jurisdictions, all the brains usually end up in the private sector. And then you're stuck with the other guys on the other side where there's a mismatch. So you end up with an economy full of what? Tags and things like that. So, but in short, I think the meritocratic system in Rwanda is paramount to the entire transformation. Thank you.
Wonderful. So it's having a meritocracy where people really rise because of their talents and the policies that the government created and also empowering and prioritizing youth. So those are some excellent lessons. And one thing that I would say from my experience in Rwanda is also having a government that works, and then an efficient government
Absolutely.
that really makes sure that things happen and they're not getting in the way. So I think that it's good governance is number one. Once you start with that, then countries will improve. So we are almost out of time, and it's been a fascinating discussion, but unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. So we'd like to end with just, we have literally about 2 minutes left. So very briefly, in 30 seconds or less, if every panelist can just share, from your perspective, what is one thing that you think young people across Africa can take, one action, right, that you think young people across Africa can take to help secure a better tomorrow for all? So 30 seconds each, one per panelist. So start with you, Rosine.
One thing that African youth can do is start. Start, do not be late, start. And starting is like right now. Mostly, especially in the ag sector, you see that the average, age on the continent is 19, but the average age of a farmer is 55 years old. In 20 years from now, if we don't do anything about it, we will not be able to be food secure, we will not be able to move as an industry. And the people who can change and challenge this and move food production and agriculture to where we want it to be is the young people like you who have, knowledge and power and passion and, strength. So start today and, learn, obviously.
Thank you. Start. Let's get some of that $40 billion in agriculture for young people. Liban? You're on mute.
For me, I think the young people, yes, they definitely need to start. But even more importantly, they need to understand that, especially in the government, people need to act more as facilitators and not regulators. We're having that burden, and it is stifling growth and innovation. So government personnel need to start thinking more like facilitators and not regulators, number one. And then quickly, I think they need to.
One thing only, Christelle.
All right, I'll also echo what Rosine said, but add on to it. So agriculture is the one sector that's going to keep growing through this crisis. So young people, don't let this opportunity pass you by. Invest in this sector. There's a whole chain. You can do it from the side of providing water for irrigation, seeds, fertilizers, but also being a farmer and growing food and accessing all these markets that are now kind of open. Just to give you an example, go to market shelves. A lot of things are missing from market shelves in many African countries. So look at what's missing and start transforming and producing that thing in your country.
Wonderful. Thank you. Regis, 30 seconds.
I think as young Africans, we need to not getting tired fast. And the second thing is we have to do business, not just from stomach, but from the heart. So last but not least, you have to be innovative.
Great, thank you. Very concise. And Minister, we'll come to you for the last comment and the closing remarks. What do you think, what is one thing that you believe young Africans need to do to secure the future for Africa?
Thank you very much, Fred. Mine is just simple. I will refer to His Excellency the President last year while engaging the youth forum in Kigali, told them there are certain things you can't outsource. You can't outsource values, you can't outsource principles, you can't outsource hard work. So therefore, ownership is central, and responsibility and accountability. So this means, if I put into perspective, innovative young generation is imperative for us to secure our future, elevate our dignity and prosperity of Africans. So the most important thing for the youth is that they own, they create, and they never lose contact with the ground. And I'm glad to see them starting with agriculture, directing innovation into that sector, but also not forgetting others. Type into opportunities, create for the people, with the people, and keep united across and beyond the borders. Thank you.
Wonderful, fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to all our panelists for a very engaging and insightful discussion. And I hope all young people who are listening in have taken some very valuable lessons, and that you will begin doing things, because we need to do hard things if we're going to transform this Africa, and we're looking up to the youth to make that happen. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Fred, and thank you to TK as well and all the organizers. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you very much there to Fred Swaneker and his panel, and including the special guest there, the Minister of Local Government in Rwanda, Professor Shiaka, joining us for that conversation. And a few key takeouts from that conversation really being, I guess we need to learn from the marketplace. You can't learn entrepreneurship in a university or in a classroom. You have to learn it by doing. have to learn it in the marketplace of commerce, and I think that's a very interesting idea. But there's a lot of strong insights that also came out about the regulatory and governance framework, and there's some lessons that many nations on our continent can take from the experiences and the example of Rwanda. Now, we're going to shortly go into our next conversation with the 7 young entrepreneurs from our continent. But before we do that, I just want to encourage all of you who are following this webinar from all corners of our continent to continue to follow us on social media, and the blow by blow accounts coming out on our Twitter page there, hashtag being Africa Shared Value, and you can also use the hashtag ASVS20, and we'll continue to track some of those and look forward to some of those engagements on Twitter. As I said earlier as well, the recordings from our sessions over the last few days or so will be on YouTube towards the end of June, so you can catch it there as well, and we will continue to have a conversation about how we interact. And the first poll, which we're going to take now, and we did indicate early on that we're using Slido to communicate with yourselves, and you can go on slido.com, and that is the code there, ASVL is the code, and we're going to take a look at our first poll, and we want to get a clear sense of who is on this platform and who is on the call, and that is our poll. So we're asking, are you part of Generation Z? Are you part of Generation Y? Are you part of Generation X? Or are you a baby boomer? Baby boomers born towards the tail end of the, I guess, Second World War, right through to 1964-65, and Generation Z, born after 1994, and Generation Y, 1980, right through to 1994, and then Generation X, 1965 through to 1979. Let's get some of those polls going, and we'll certainly also use that platform to take some of your questions, so please feel free to go on to those platforms and also share on our social media some of the questions you might have for us. Now, just on that, we're going to have an opportunity now in the next few minutes or so to kick off a webinar, a panel discussion on what young people can do in the current moment and how definitely young entrepreneurs can lead on the continent. We know we're a very young continent, and by 2050 should have one of the world's largest working age populations, and that presents an opportunity for entrepreneurs. But I think if we don't use that opportunity, it also presents, as many people have suggested, a ticking time bomb and a massive challenge for many nations on our continent. And that's the conversation we're going to be picking up with the 7 entrepreneurs from across our continent, taking a look at some of the big work, of course, they are also doing in many of their areas of influence, and where they are also engaged in commerce. Now, allow me at this point to introduce for our panel the Young Africa That We Want, some of my guests this morning. And Afetsi Awano is the founder and CEO of JB Williams. He's all the way from the West African nation of Ghana. Also going to be joined by Elizabeth Okulo, who's the co-founder and CEO of La Famia Gardens from Kenya. Jeanette Umutoniwase is going to be joining us as well. She is from Inzira Dreams Network in Rwanda, where she is the founder. Mahmoud Johnson joins us from Liberia, where he is the founder and CEO of J Palm. And Nicole Yembra is going to be joining us from Nigeria, where she's the founder of Crystallis Capital, a tech startup platform. And we're also going to be joined by Simba Muriro from Zimbabwe, where he is the founder and MD of Oxygen Africa. And also going to be joined by Uyimbabazi Paciente, Youth Project Manager at Terimbere Farm Limited, all the way out in Rwanda. Now, they're going to be joining us for our conversation, taking a look at how young leaders in the world of enterprise and commerce can be able to lead and navigate the current moment that we find ourselves in. It's set to be a fascinating conversation, and as always, look forward to some of your remarks and your comments. And of course, as you get a question, certainly do pick up there on that point and type in some of your questions, and we'll pick up some of those questions for our question and answer session. So at this point, I'd like to interact with some of my panelists who are going to be joining us from all the far-flung corners of our continent. And I'd like to take this opportunity just before we, I guess, get some of their remarks to see if we haven't got some of our results from our poll, just to see who's who in our conversation. And as soon as those results come through, we'll have an opportunity there to take a look at those. Now, interesting that the bulk of those who join us in our conversation this morning are between the ages of 26 and 40, being born between 1980 and 1994, 44%, and the Generation X, 28%, Generation Z, 23%, and some of the baby boomers also on the call, and we certainly welcome you all in equal measure, and thank you very much for joining us. We're going to start our panel now, and I'd like to welcome AfCFTA, Simba, Elizabeth, and Nicole onto our call, and we'll certainly also get an opportunity to be joined by Mahmoud and Uwimbabazi in the next while. But just to kick us off, I would like, I guess, Nicole, if you can start us off. I'll give all of my panelists just shy of a minute to introduce themselves and to tell us where they're from, some of the work that they're doing, and the massive social impact of their operations throughout the course of the continent. Nicole, I'll start off with you, and we'll make our way to Simba.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Nicole Yambra. I'm the founder and managing director of Chrysalis Company. So what we've really focused on is having two sides of our business, giving early stage capital to technology companies that are truly solving a lot of our Pan-African problems. But a large part of that is also in the advisory side of our business to really help companies go from founder-centric to institutions, because we really do believe that institutions are needed to really drive the continent forward. So being part of this conference, being part of the shared value group is helping these same institutions realize they can be both highly impactful, but also very commercially viable. So a huge part of our work is in helping them understand that and using that as they scale from one stage to another. So happy to be here, based in Nigeria, but definitely doing work across Africa.
Perfect. Elizabeth?
Thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Okulo. I come from Kenya. I'm the co-founder and CEO of La Famia Greens. La Famia Greens is a social venture that is using hydroponic and greenhouse technology to produce vegetables such as tomatoes. I am also the beneficiary of KCB Tujijenge program, where I was sponsored to study agribusiness management and hydroponic technology, as well as I am a former young leader at LX, which was founded by Fred Swanika. And currently I am taking part in Africa Fellowship for Social Entrepreneurs. And at the same time, I will be expecting to take part in Mandela Washington Fellowship come 2021. So I'm looking forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Elizabeth. AfCFTA, you're up next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Apechi Awuno from Ghana, CEO of JBW Limited, defense and energy tech firm supporting oil and gas activities and defense activities across Africa.
Okay, thank you for that, AfCFTA. Simba?
Ghana.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry for that, AfCFTA. I think I cut you off there. I thought you were...
Continue.
It's all right. I think the introduction is fine.
Okay, all right, cool. Simba?
Hi, my name is Simba Muriro. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm director of Oxygen Energy Private Limited, a renewable energy company specializing in commercial and industrial rooftop solar solutions. I am also heading up renewable energy at Rio Zim Limited, which took over the assets of Rio Tinto, where we're developing renewable, hydro, and incidentally a thermal project to ensure that there's base load for Zimbabwe power grid. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Simba. Jeanette, I see you've just joined us. Good morning to you and welcome. We're doing introductions, so if you can briefly introduce yourself, you have about a minute or so.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeanette Mutanuwase. I'm the founder of Insta Dreams Network. We make and sell bags. It's like African handmaids. I'm also a graduate from KCB Ijire program here in Rwanda. So I'm glad to be a part of these panelists, sharing my ideas with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jeanette. And I want to maybe start off. Thank you very much for those introductions, and we're certainly hoping that Mahmoud can join us in the next few minutes or so. We're still faced with some connectivity challenges there. Mahmoud Johnson from Liberia, who's going to join us shortly. But Jeanette and Elizabeth, I want to start off with you. I think, the pair of you are doing some interesting work, not only just with, other young people and in the social entrepreneurship space. And my big question now, as Mahmoud just joins us, and maybe before I get to that question, let's allow Mahmoud to just briefly introduce himself, and then I'll continue with my question for Elizabeth and Jeanette. Mahmoud, welcome to you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Johnson. I'm the founder of JPalm Liberia. JPalm works with smallholder farmers. We provide access to machines that enable them to increase their productivity for oil palm production. And then we take the previously wasted oil seeds and use it to produce oils that we now use to create skincare products and hair care products such as soaps and lotions and body oils. And I'm very excited to be here today to share my own views about how we can create the Africa that we all want.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mahmoud, for joining us. Really glad to have you on the line. And Jeanette and Elizabeth, let me come back to you and the question that I was posing. In your considered view, what role do you think the entrepreneurship and the commercial impulse of young people can play in the recovery and reconstruction efforts that no doubt have to be underway in response to COVID-19? From where you're sitting, what role do you think youth entrepreneurship can play in really spurring on and catalyzing the economic recovery of our continent? Jeanette, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much. Young leader and entrepreneur here in Africa should be at the forefront of initiating difference in different impact in their community. For example, by starting some small businesses that can play a big role in Africa, where the youth can change their mindset, starting by using local available resources. So that can be a big role of youth here in Africa to reshape African economy.
And Elizabeth, I guess in the work that you, in the space that you work in, and you did indicate that you're a beneficiary of the KCB Foundation's Tujijenge program, and I have to get that right, and I certainly hope my Swahili will improve by the next time all of us catch up. But just talk to me briefly about, in your view, what role you think youth entrepreneurship, in particular in agriculture and linked, I guess, to questions of sustainability and food security, what role young entrepreneurs in those spaces can play in our reconstruction and recovery efforts?
Thank you so much. Yeah, so currently, do we all know that around 265 million Africans are food insecure? And if you've heard about that, it should raise an alarm. And for me, what I believe mostly right now that we can do as young people in this particular continent is to invest in agriculture, because agriculture is one of the drivers of the economies of most of the African countries. And as young people who happen to be the bulk of this population, and being that we're the youngest continent in the whole world, it is to drive this particular sector into the next level. So currently what we are doing through the help of KCB Foundation, we are using hydroponic technology. That one is soilless farming technology to produce vegetables such as tomatoes and other indigenous vegetables. This means that now as a young entrepreneur, what we really need to do is to adopt different technologies and take advantage of the innovations, and also at the same time make good use of the locally available resources to invest in the agricultural sector. We don't lack anything at all. We have everything that we need to do. So what we can do is we can look for different opportunities where we can plug in and also at the same time advance in ourselves. And also another thing is young people have this negative attitude to agriculture. So in most cases, when you tell young people you should come into the agricultural sector and they're like, no, agriculture is dirty. Unlikely, they don't know how much we have great potential in creating so many job opportunities in the agricultural sector. And all it takes is to venture into agribusinesses and have the notion of distinguishing between farming and or other agricultural activity and now concentrating in it as business.
Sure. Thank you so much for those remarks, Jeanette and Elizabeth. And I think a big issue that or a big takeaway I take from that is this idea of how do we change our attitudes and mindsets, especially as it relates to agriculture. And I certainly hope that attitude or that perception that agriculture is a dirty set of activities and something that all of us shouldn't be aspiring to as young people is something that's slowly changing on our continent. And I certainly hope that the bulk of young people who are on this call are certainly receptive to that idea and call to a mindset and attitude shift. We're going to now take a look at our second poll question. And as I said, we're using these polls and Slido as a conduit for our interaction with yourselves for our question and answer sessions, but also as an opportunity to really get a sense of who is on the call and also to give our panelists an opportunity to understand who is on the other side. And we continue with that, now trying to understand our audience a bit better. And we're asking you, are you a young person who is male or female, starting a business or still in ideas phase? Or are you from a multinational? Are you from a public sector organization, an industry body maybe? Or from an NGO? And we'll certainly give you an opportunity and the next minute or so to respond to that. And we'll see some of the results coming through in the next minute or so. To just give us a sense of who is in the room. This is our a panel on entrepreneurship and the young entrepreneurs shaping the continent's future and getting some insights from young people from Nigeria, Liberia, Rwanda, and many other places on our continent, Zimbabwe as well, and makes for fascinating reading. Also have one of our panelists from Ghana as well. Interesting that about a third, seeing the numbers shift there somewhat, about a third from non-governmental organizations and just shy of a fifth from female entrepreneurs with an idea, and a little beneath that male business owners who are running an established business, and also have those coming from public sector organizations. And let's keep that poll going there, and probably got about 16 responses or so. And I certainly know that we can do a lot better than that. So we've got about 18 responses now. Let's try and target 30 responses, and then we can quickly reflect on what that tells us about who is on the line. So we've got about 22 responses now, and 25, so 5 shy of our immediate target, and I'm sure we can do a lot better than 30. 26 now, 27. We're on slido.com, and if you just joined us, having an opportunity now to take a sense at who is part of our audience, where they come from, and where they are in their journey in the world of enterprise. We've got about 32 responses now, and quite clear that the majority of participants on this webinar and call and who are tuning in to this panel are from public sector organizations. Seems like it's shifting slightly, but a fifth of them from public sector organizations. And we'll certainly come back to the implications that might have for our discussions this morning. And I want to bring in Nicole at this point, and she's the MD of Chrysalis Capital. It's a $15 million Africa Tech Fund. And I guess, Nicole, the big question I have for you is with many of the conversations that we had earlier really punting the role. I think, Elizabeth was speaking to the role of using the latest cutting-edge technology to improve yields and to really ensure that we have food security on our continent. You interact with the technology ecosystem here on the continent and abroad as well. What message, if any, would you have for young entrepreneurs who are making a foray into the world of tech, who are watching us now, but seemingly have challenge in accessing markets for their innovations and also accessing the funding that's needed to really scale their operations and make them worthwhile?
So for me, the big thing is that people are like, oh, I have this idea, but I don't have the money to solve it. I think instead of us viewing money as the answer to our problems, money is just simply a tool. A lot of times people are not actually solving a real problem, or they haven't thought through all the ways to use that capital efficiently, and they just feel, give me a ton of money and it'll make everything better. There's the Ubers and the WeWorks of the world to show you that that's not true. Like, these are companies that have never been profitable a day in their lives, but they've had billions of dollars poured in. So if you're not building a sustainable business model, if you're not solving a real problem, no amount of money is really going to save you. All it's going to do is delay the inevitable. So when you're coming in and say, I have this amazing idea, I think a lot of people don't do research. So sometimes they'll come to me and say, oh, this is what I want to do. And I'm like, oh, have you heard of this company? Or have you heard of that company? And they're like, no, I haven't. And I'm like, this is just me, one investor. I already know 2 or 3 people doing something similar. You have to be able to tell me why you're different, why I should be able to bet on you. So having a thorough understanding of the problem, having a thorough understanding of all the different solutions and which one you're actually focused on, and then convince me why you are the people to solve it. Because you may have the right idea, but if you're the wrong entrepreneur, my money is going to be burned anyway. How do you then show that you are also the right person for me to back, right? That will be able to make that problem, that we actually solve that problem. Do you have the right networks? Do you have the right attitude? So that way we're not going through, burning through capital. Africa has such little funding, 0.1% of total venture capital funding. So we have to be smart about where we're kind of allocating a lot of that money to, right? So that's kind of a big thing for me,
Nicole, I want us, just before we let you go there, to speak about markets. I think you've covered the funding aspects, and I think many entrepreneurs, even who might be, I guess, self-funding through their own revenues or through their own contribution, some of their innovations, might battle, I guess, from getting the necessary scale and accessing parts of the market or acquiring a share of the market that allows them to really test their innovation, iterate, and continuously improve it. What are some of the things you've learned that you would like to share with some of the entrepreneurs on the continent?
Yeah, so I think it's important to break your business and its growth strategy into different phases. And in the funding world for tech, there's kind of already these phases are predetermined for you. So pre-seed stage is kind of, I'm still trying to test this out, doing my proof of concept. So I don't really have anything. So this is where stage, you just believe in me, right? And so you believe in me, we're going to test this out, have a smaller group of people. Your seed stage funding is then saying, okay, I want to try to prove that I have product market fit, right? So from that stage is, do I have people that are willing to spend money on my product? How quickly am I learning? How quickly am I innovating, working through that? Once I've proven that this is viable and there's this market that wants it, even if it's within a small town, right? So we've seen a lot of the bike hailing startups, they just prove it within Lagos or within, Ibadan, like a small area to say that this actually works. And then you now get ready, okay, our Series A stage, let's expand this. And expansion doesn't always have to be international. Like if you're in a country like Nigeria, we are 1/5 of the continent. Like you almost don't need to leave Nigeria.
There's a market big enough. There's a market big enough.
Right. Exactly. So you're thinking about all of those things. So what is that particular sector? Elizabeth talked about agriculture. Everybody has to eat. So if you're macro like that, you're like, oh, wow, this is a whole lot more people versus, oh, I want to use AI in like automatic cars. Your market is a lot smaller, right, at that stage. So truly understanding, what that potential scale could be. Is your product, priced at $1 a month, which can make it more affordable, or is it at $100 a month, which the average person, people that are living below poverty line do not meet. So spending the time to break down your business,
Sure.
your market, who it's reaching, right? And just realize, just prove that if I'm going to tackle this small town, I tackle it well in this small
Okay.
town. If I go to the state, I tackle it well in that state. View
Sure.
markets that way.
Thank you, thank you for that input, Nicole, because I guess it does give us some of the flavor in the tech space and what investors are looking for with, I guess, as always, a scarce and a limited pool of investable capital. And let me go to you, Afetsi, because you work in the world of energy and in the defense sector. And I guess when it comes to defense, we've probably made some progress as a continent in silencing the guns on our continent. And so I want us maybe to just hone in on the energy space, and which is a space that you certainly know quite a bit about. Talk to me about some of the opportunities that you see, and as part of this recovery, we know large parts of our continent continue to not have access to some of the things many of us take for granted on the energy side of things, but also we are at a point where we're looking for ecologically sustainable energy alternatives that can allow for a just transition to a more, I guess, carbon-sensitive future. Where are some of the opportunities in that space for young entrepreneurs as part of recovery efforts on our continent?
Thank you. In terms of the energy space, there is a lot of opportunity for young entrepreneurs. If you look across the continent, you realize a lot of governments push and drive local participation, local content development. The challenge is not everybody thinks through their business plan or has a proper solution to the problem, like Nicole says. What I always tell people is take baby steps. Expansion is good, but before you do make a move, please ensure you are ready to scale. One good thing about COVID is it has presented an opportunity to restart. So even if you are in business, take pause, restart, relook at your model. First, seize the opportunity to establish, secure, and strengthen your business model, and clearly state what problem. I mean,
sorry, Afetsi, I lost the tail end of your last sentence. So if you can maybe just say that last sentence again.
Apologies, Africa Internet. So I was saying that it is COVID-19 has presented an opportunity for businesses to sort of relook at their business model, to establish it, secure and strengthen it before they make a move into a new market or they make a move into a business. And clearly identify what problem you ask them, like Nicole said. Yeah, it's cool to move from.
We seem to be battling there with Afetsi. But I guess the main point of what Afetsi is suggesting is you got to, I guess, have all of your ducks in a row. You have to really make sure as an entrepreneur, when you go into sectors that require extensive capital commitments, like the tech sector, like the energy sector, that you're really clear about what it is that you're bringing to the table and what the contours of that solution looks like. And yeah, I mean, just on that point, Afetsi, I'll allow you to complete the point you're making, but I also want, just in that regard, to also bring in somebody else who's in the energy sector, Simba, to maybe add, if he has any comments on some of the transitions that we need to make when it comes to energy. Please continue, Afetsi.
Yeah, so I'll just say that it's better to take baby steps and establish your business model before you do venture into a market or look for funding. And then one way to strengthen your business model is to establish partnerships. Don't try and go in fully on your own. It's always good to look to other players in the industry, establish what your strengths are, what you have to present to the table, and form a partnership. It allows you access to market and to funding. Because everybody's bringing it.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Afetsi. Simba, let me bring you in here. I think Afetsi raises a lot of important points around the do's and don'ts when someone makes a foray or during the market entry phase. Talk to us about some of the opportunities you're seeing. I mean, I think across Southern Africa, a lot of restructuring and reorganization of our energy sector happening, and you playing, I guess, an active role every day in some of the shifts that are happening there. Let's talk about some of the opportunities and the space, if any, that those create for young people.
I think what I've noticed what's happening is that most people are now realizing that energy is a scarce commodity and it's something that has to be secured for the future. So I think for young people getting into energy, understand where you sit in the value chain and how you contribute to the overall energy mix of the country. So in essence, where you sit in the value chain in terms of agriculture, farmers want to crop all throughout the year. But like in Zimbabwe, we have an issue with the energy, so they can't put their winter wheat under irrigation. So that's a potential value. That's a potential market that young energy entrepreneurs can look into. There's also the issue of off-grid solutions in rural areas, provided that the price is right. That is also a potential market that young entrepreneurs can look into. But in that case, you also, still in that speed, you also need to understand where you sit on the value chain and where exactly your energy is primarily targeted to. Is it for productive purposes or for consumptive purposes? Consumptive is usually difficult because it's usually hard to bank. But for productive for productive purposes, as in growth points, agriculture, where the revenue lines for your customer are clear, then you can go off grid.
Sure.
So, for example, I mean, if you look at me, we are assisting with the thermal project because we've realized that in Zimbabwe the hydro sources are not that many, and in order for us to connect a lot of renewables onto the grid, as in solar, we require base load. So as much as it may be castigated as a dirty fuel, what we've tended to accept is that we have to look at one or two thermal projects, make them as clean as possible, and then balance out the energy mix. Also, I think as probably AfCFTA also said, establish partnerships, establish value chains as well. So you may not necessarily be generating energy, but where are you sourcing your components from? Is there a particular entrepreneur in South Africa I can source my inverters, my panels from? Is there a skilled resource in Nigeria that can assist me with modeling my business plan financially? Is there a skilled resource in Rwanda that knows of a fund that he could pretty much direct to my business? So look at your business as an entire ecosystem. Identify where you sit in that ecosystem, and then create value opportunities for each other, especially in light of COVID, where a lot of things are no longer coming through because just to share travel. And now connectivity is now based online. There is no reason why some of these value chains cannot morph and say, look, I now don't have to have a value chain that sits in Zimbabwe only, but all across Africa. And then you can tap into the vast intellectual resources that the continent presents.
Okay, Simba, thank you very much for that. And I think an important point that you're raising there, which is for us to think and take a value chain approach, which can also see us unlocking industrialization opportunities in the manufacture, servicing and repair of some of the components that go into many of these massive capitally intense projects in the renewable space and in new areas of our energy mixes across the continent. Maybe before I go further, I mean, Simba, are you and AfCFTA off the grid, or are you, I guess, speaking to us from the grid? I know, Simba, in Zim, that the grid is operated by ZESA, if I'm correct.
So I think you will always need the grid, to be well and truly honest. What we simply try and do is to minimize your reliance on the grid and take probably a third or half that power back into your control. So if you look at solar, there will be periods of extended cloud cover. There'll be periods of extended rain. That's when the grid comes in. So the grid will always be an integral part of the energy mix. Going off grid will not solve Africa's problems entirely.
All right.
But what you can do is make sure that you take those that can go off the grid, so that, for example, that is ZESA can direct its power to more intense productive sectors like mining, like heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, whilst the homes in essence go semi off the grid.
Okay, anything you want to add there, AfCFTA, just briefly, before we take a look at the story of another entrepreneur from our continent?
Yeah, like Simba said, it's always best to have a combination of both. But what we do is we don't do production, we do supply chain management. So we supply the fuels needed to run all these heavy equipments, the power generators and so on, like your diesel fuel, heavy fuel, oil and so on. And what we always advise our client is to always have a combination of both on-the-grid or mini-grid support systems so that you have sort of a backup or a buffer in case of a downtime.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Fetsi. Now, we had an opportunity to catch up with another young entrepreneur from our continent, Owen Muzambi. We spoke to him and caught up with him before the eSummit. And Owen is the a co-founder and director of Driven Advisory. It's a social enterprise working in the advisory and consulting space, focused on facilitating economic inclusion and development on our continent. Take a look at this.
Advice I would like to give to startups is one that I've also battled to at certain points in my life listen to as well. But I think it remains very relevant advice, and it comes from a saying that says you cannot discover what is in the oceans if you don't have the courage to lose sight of the shores. And what that means is sometimes you need to take that leap and take that risk. I see some of the benefits that we are getting right now in our company as a result of us losing sight of the shores and trying to discover new ways of working. And as we come into this very uncertain time of lockdown, we found ourselves reaping some rewards from risks that we took a couple of months pre-lockdown. So I guess in some instances, once you take the leap, the results might not be immediate, but surely will come your way at some point. And that's the advice.
Those are some remarks there from Owen Muzambi. He is the director and founder at Driven Advisory, which is an advisory platform working on economic inclusion and development on our continent, sharing some advice there on risk-taking and how you are able to, I guess, engender the agility that allows you to respond to a massive demand and supply-side shock like COVID-19. And I think that's a perfect segue to my next question, to Mahmoud Johnson, who joins us from Liberia. And Mahmoud, you've certainly made the call for a new economic model. You would certainly find somebody who would agree with your view, and our president here in South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who's called for the same new economic model. And I'm quite interested, in light of the conversations we've had about preparing your projects for investment and making sure that you're able to respond to opportunity, how you see that as an interface between policy or regulation, the allocation of capital, and more importantly, what we value, measure, and reward.
Thank you very much. Well, here's the thing. We as young entrepreneurs for today, we who consider ourselves to be social entrepreneurs, often are tasked with solving some of the biggest challenges and biggest problems in our world and our countries. But when it comes, if you look at those problems, talk about unemployment, talk about poverty, there are serious structural reasons why those things are still persisting and have not been solved yet. And so when we are valuing these kinds of projects, we have to be able to value in not just the financials, but also the social impact that is also being created as well. That also has to have, some sort of cost or some sort of value price placed on. Because if somebody, take for example what I do, we work with smallholder farmers in very rural, very remote areas where there are no roads, where there's no electricity, there's no internet. So definitely the cost of operating the environment is going to be much higher than if I were to source all of my raw materials from some large plantation, right? And so when you're looking at my profits, it's not going to be as high as someone who set up a large farm in one area and does production there. But we are solving a social problem. We are reaching farmers in rural communities who would not be reached at all if we did not exist. We are putting money directly in the hands of these farmers who are now using this money to expand their enterprises. They are now being able to send their children to school. And all of those things provide some sort of social benefit that should be factored into these valuations that we're doing. And so when we talk about a new economic model, we have to broaden it from just looking at top line revenues versus what the costs are, and look at all the other benefits that these businesses and these enterprises are providing as well.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, Mahmoud, that you frame it like that. And I guess implied in what you're suggesting is that how we allocate capital and how we measure the impact or the efficacy of that allocation currently doesn't do what you are suggesting, which is to take into account social measures or social metrics.
Exactly. I mean, we are starting to see impact investments and impact funds, but that's still not the mainstream. That's still not the mainstream. We know that we know that our general economic model across the continent right now, it just has not been able to create the kinds of jobs and the economic benefits that we wish to see. And we cannot relegate this mission to build a more equitable continent, a more prosperous continent. So just a few impact funds. This has to be the mainstream. It has to be something that's on the agenda of all the banks, all the VCs, the PE firms, and everybody else. Because I mean, this is the biggest problem that we have in our generation and in this century going forward. It's how do you make businesses more responsive to the needs of the people? It can't just be something that governments do or something that NGOs do. It has to be something that business is also a part of as well.
Fascinating insight there, Mahmoud, suggesting that our generational mission is to make sure that our economic activities have a sustainable impact and a responsible impact on our societies. And we'll certainly pick up on some of those threads, and I'd encourage my panelists to, in the interim, think about some of the issues at the level that Mahmoud is suggesting at a systemic level, because in the next few minutes or so, I'll certainly get some of your views on what are the 2 or 3 things, if you were in conversation with a policymaker, do you think could be catalytic from a regulation perspective, or even many of those who marshal large amounts of capital? What are some of the things that we could be doing to change how we act, how we measure what we act on, and more importantly, how we set the rules for the game? Now, we go into our second poll for the day, and our third poll. We've certainly had quite a few today, and we're now taking a look at who, in your view, just in light of the comment I've just made, potentially has the potential to make the largest systemic impact. And this is not an either-or, because I do think that we need some form of synergistic and integrated way of working between all of these different players. But in your view, who would you say has the greatest potential to transform the fortunes of our continent? Public sector, multinational corporations, local entrepreneurs, development assistance or foreign aid, NGOs or charities, and I guess we have a few NGOs here who might click on that one, and also then innovation hubs that incubate and accelerate many of the great ideas that we're talking about. And you might feel that there's another that we haven't added there in our list, and if so, you can then choose the last option, which is other. Let's certainly try and do a bit better than we did the last time, and if we can get at least 50 responses, I think that'll be a good showing. We're on 8 now. Let's see how many we can get. I'm certainly hoping that we can get those responses and have a few more. We've got about 10 or so now, and we'll come back to some of those issues. But let's see if we can't get some of those results coming through now. We've got about 11 in response, and we'll get some of the reactions from our panelists on what they make of the results as they come through. We've got about 14 people who've responded now to the poll. Let's cue some of the results there, if we have any at this point. Local entrepreneurs, 67%, and innovation hubs, 39%. Very few of you have any confidence, it seems, in the public sector and government. And I guess that's a concerning outcome. Multinational corporations as well, and not too much confidence in them, and nor in foreign direct investment. NGOs and charities, 5%. And it seems, as we try and get our responses up, probably halfway of the way there now, 23 responses, and our target 25 now. Our target is double that, around 50 or so, and still continuing to see that thread, just over 2/3 of the responses, at just above 30, suggesting that local entrepreneurs have the greatest potential to transform the continent of Africa. 2/3 of the responses now at 35, suggesting that. Okay, Need about 14 more responses to get to 50, which is our target. And the trend continues, just over 2/3 of you suggesting that it's local entrepreneurs, and seemingly very few having confidence in multinationals and foreign direct investment. I guess that speaks volumes about how Generation Z views what many in earlier generations would have thought is the panacea for much of our challenges, being a foreign direct investment and multinational corporation. So we're on 42 now, and overwhelmingly, just shy of 75% or 3/4 there of the responses suggesting that local entrepreneurs really are and should be the driver of what we're looking for there. I'm quite interested in what my panelists make of this. And Nicole, let me start off with you. I mean, what do you make of these responses? You seem to be shaking your head there. And maybe, what are you thinking? Is there some confirmation bias in the numbers?
I think it's definitely confirmation bias. Like,
Okay.
I actually have, I go on a rant all the time about how we cannot entrepreneur our way to development in Africa. Like, vehemently, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I completely believe it has to be the government, because they literally have the ability to support or to kill your business.
Yes.
It doesn't even matter how much you entrepreneur and come up with all of these ideas. It absolutely has to be the government. Going back to what Mahmoud said, if we don't have a system of identification, if you don't have a power, infrastructure for you to be able to plug in, if you don't have network connectivity, you can't just come up with a new great idea. You're going to have to build a whole bunch of infrastructure. You can't be responsible for that. You can't build the roads. You can't build all the power. You can't do all of those things. In Nigeria, I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago, talking about these ride-hailing companies. One of my portfolio companies worked with the government for 2 years to write the policy regulation to enable them to do, on-demand bikes. And then the government woke up one day and banned all motorcycles across the Lagos state. So imagine people are now.
So wait, Nicole, are all Okadas banned?
All the Okadas are banned they were banned in Lagos because they're saying, because of crime. And so we're like, wait, these people have raised over $20 million to build out all of this. They were paying all kinds of money for permits, etc. And the government woke up and said, no Okadas in these parts of Lagos state, after millions of dollars of entrepreneurial money, has gone into this and years of work. That's something the government can do. If we have another one of my portfolio companies, Helium Health, when they went to one of these states to help them, with their hospitals and digitizing records, they had to spend more money on helping them clean up the hospitals, put in power, solar systems, convince the MTN to put connectivity, teaching, bringing in computers, all of those things are infrastructure. This is the state government. And they realize that they cannot out-entrepreneur themselves there, right? If you want to talk about credit scoring algorithms, I have no national identification. The closest I have is a bank verification number, which only about 40% of the country has. Where's my identification? And then where's the government making policies to ensure that people are not predatory, that citizens' data is protected, all of those things. You can't out-entrepreneur your way through development in Africa.
Nicole, you
but
make
I'm sure my lovely panelists
make a
disagree.
fascinating point. And I think it makes for a very interesting counterpoint to a point made in an earlier webinar, which is that, at the end of the day, if we don't address chronic challenges in state capacity across our continent, and I think this is a challenge you find everywhere, across all 54 countries on our continent, then even some of the crowding in of private investment or entrepreneurial spirit is going to do very little to some of the systemic challenges that are the sole responsibility in some cases of the government. I mean, you think about education, you think about data protections and sovereignty that you speak of, Nicole. All of those are within the ambit of government. So certainly fascinating insights, and for some of our people who are following our conversation this morning, we'll have an opportunity in the next few minutes or so to take some of your questions. But before we do that, as I said to my panelists earlier on, I'm certainly hoping, and I know you are entrepreneurs, you're used to elevator pitches and all of that, and I'm going to give you 30 seconds, not even a minute, 30 seconds, to briefly tell us about two or three things that you feel could potentially unlock opportunity and impact at the scale necessary to deal with what Mahmoud earlier said is the generational challenge of young people on our continent, which is to make sure that we do business differently, but also in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, and impactful. Jeanette, I'm going to start off with you, and then we'll take Elizabeth's view thereafter. Jeanette, I think your microphone is on mute, so if you can just put your microphone on, and we'll take your response there. Jeanette, please go ahead.
Is it on?
Yes, it's on, and you have 30 seconds.
Okay, like my advice for those, it's like merging can be the one of the best advice. Like if
we seem to be battling there with Jeanette's line as we try and get that better. Elizabeth, let me come to you, and we'll return to Jeanette once we can establish her on a more stable line. Jeanette? Sorry, Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Yes, so
and also to boost your business.
Hello?
Yes, Elizabeth, you can
so
go ahead.
Personally, the three most important building blocks for entrepreneurs include innovation. Right now, we need a lot of creativity, especially in the agricultural spaces. So this is where we come in with hydroponic technology, where we can produce food in small spaces. And another important thing is collaboration. Our venture is collaborating with KCB Foundation to get financing, and also Miramar International College to get access to market. If we can foster in more collaboration in the sectors between NGOs, private sectors, and also governments, and especially also local entrepreneurs that we can reach another level.
Okay.
And lastly, the other important building block will be vision for social entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Elizabeth. Jeanette, let me come back to you. And I hope you heard the question. The question is, what are some of the three things that you feel could ensure that we're able to create the inclusive impact at the scale necessary to respond to the challenges and the role that young people can play in that regard?
I think what I think is that we can focus on education and like educating young entrepreneurs.
We seem to be battling.
Like in different areas, that would be the best way, like to.
Jeanette, are you still with us? Jeanette?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I picked up the education part, but I want to hear the remainder of what you had to say.
I said, do you...
You might want to try and switch off your camera if you haven't done so already. It might, I guess, deal with the latency challenges and the concerns that we might be having with the
use
speed
the technology. That can be also those.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeanette, for that input. And we're battling with her connection there, but suggesting that technology and education are critical to that. Mahmoud, let me come to you. Your 2 or 3, and as I said, you have 30 seconds.
I think we need to completely overhaul the education system. We need to ensure that young people are learning relevant skills that are relevant to the local context and also relevant to where the country is going, what the vision is for the country. Second thing is, as Jenna was saying, technology and infrastructure, also as Nicole was saying, those are serious constraints that unfortunately we as entrepreneurs cannot fix in the short term. So we need public investment in technology and infrastructure. And third is we need a review of tax policy, specifically because there are so many ways that tax policy disadvantage small businesses. You have all of these once-off fees and fixed costs for importing things, for exporting things, for permits. All of those things are serious impediments that tip the scales against small businesses in favor of large corporations. So we need to review those policies and make sure that they are aligned with a vision for making it easier and simpler and less expensive for small businesses to thrive.
Okay, thank you very much for that. AfCFTA, let me bring you in, and I guess the same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Thanks. I would say access to data. We do, as entrepreneurs, one thing you really need to focus on in doing your research and building your business model before you go into a market is to have adequate data. Then I'll also look at infrastructure, which is key, and also tax incentives, which is one way that public sector and private sector can collaborate. Sure. Public sector has funding, they have the power, they have the regulatory on their side, so they can put in measures that will make entry easy for their locals. But what you realize is you find out they actually give these incentives to a lot of multinationals and foreign investors. So it makes business, and they come in with capital, so they don't need all these tax incentives. You should give it to your locals. Sure. You know, last year at the conference, I made a point that there's been too much focus on GDP versus GNP, when GNP actually trickles down. GDP is good on paper for IMF and World Bank, but it has nothing to do with the taxi driver or the student leaving college who wants to go into business. So what's the point? You know, I agree with Nicole's point about the poll. I was just surprised to see that public sector was low, but she's right. Public sector has the power and they need to drive the agenda, but they need to do it in collaboration with private sector.
Perfect. Really like that input there and that point on GNP. Because I think we tend to speak a lot, as you say, about economic growth, but we don't talk about growing our productive base in many of our countries, because that's where the jobs are going to come from. That's where the skill and, more importantly, the industrial learning and upgrading is going to come from as well. Simba, your three.
I think I probably have to echo what Nicole said. The first building block is an enabling environment created by the policyholders and the public sector. And then the second building blocks is channeling of resources into the productive sector, identifying in each country what are your key productive sector and channeling resources into those particular sectors. On the basis of those two, this is what will then create entrepreneurship, because quite frankly, not everybody can be an entrepreneur. But out of understanding, like in Zimbabwe, agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. We then begin to understand value addition industries in food, in pretty much in food, in tobacco, etc., etc. So my three are public sector, channeling resources and creating an enabling environment into the public sector, and then from there we can then grow the entrepreneurship ecosystems as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Simba. Nicole, it seems a few of the gentlemen on the call agree with some of your views on the role of the state. So I guess you have now the challenge of coming up with a new set of the three, and you have 30 seconds as well for your elevator pitch.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's very simple things. One is identification. We have arguments even in Nigeria. Do we have 180 million people, 200 million people? How do you track rural citizens? How do you track people all over? Identification, just even knowing how to count us. And then you can now figure out what we need, right? Identification is number one for that building block for data. I can't skip infrastructure because I talk about it, but I'm going to be more specific and say power. Sure. If I am running my office and I have to spend $2,000-3,000 a month just on power alone, where am I? Like, that doesn't even make sense compared to my counterparts in other parts of the world. So I'm going to drill down and focus specifically just on power and it being affordable. So even if a place like Nigeria has, the third lowest power tariffs on the continent, but I only have power coming from the grid 20% of the time, I'm spending all this money on diesel, which is just also not good for the environment. So I'm going to limit it to those two. Give me identification so I truly know who people are, where they are, what they need, and then give me power.
Fascinating. Thank you so much to my panelists. And I also saw Uwimbabazi. I saw her sort of image quickly, so I don't know if she's still on the call with us. I would have loved to get some inputs from her. But if we don't have her on the call, I think we should now go into our Q&A. You've certainly been listening in patiently to our conversations this morning, and this is now the opportunity for you to get some of the questions you've posed and sent through to us, to get responses from some of our panelists. And we're going to take a look at a maximum of 3 questions, time permitting, that have come through. Now, we have our questions on screen, and I want us maybe to start off with Elizabeth, and just your brief response to Anonymous's question. And we're not going to take your answer now, but what I'll do, I'll allocate the questions so that when we've gone through who answers what, Elizabeth, I'll start off with you, and then Mahmoud, the next question is for you about, I guess, allocating resources, and of course, given your own allocation to skincare, does that have an impact on food security? Interesting question there. And then I think, Simba, you spoke about value chains, and I want you maybe to take that question because a lot of your work has an impact on a very strong agricultural economy like the Zimbabwean one, and you might want to take the third question. And then I think the fourth question I will then give to Nicole. If the time for Africa is now, can we go at it on our own? Or do we still need international support, which always comes with terms and conditions? I like that question because it certainly speaks about what many on our continent have called delinking and the possibilities in the current moment of doing that. Let's start, Elizabeth, with that first question there. Key dynamic growth markets in agriculture. How attractive are these to young people, and what measures can we put in place to benefit from these opportunities?
Yes, so in the agricultural sector, I think one of the most important things that most people fail to take heed of is identifying a specific need that we are going to serve in that across the value chain. So we have different kind of value chains that people can come into. So being more specific with the kind of problem that you'll be solving and now providing a particular solution to that particular problem, that is now the one way that young people can now come in with solutions where they can collaborate with different people or different sectors to make it happen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that. Mahmoud, there's a question there for you. Are we prioritizing food security enough when I guess you can take some of your palm oil and put it into skin products?
Yes. And in fact, what we're doing is we are improving food security because here's the thing. For those who are not familiar with palm oil, you have 2 oils that come out of the palm tree. You have the palm oil that comes from the outer layer. That's what we eat in our food. And then on the inner layer, you have the palm kernel oil. What we use in our product is the palm kernel oil, which is most suited for skincare products. So by working with these farmers, we are providing access to machines that enable them to increase the productivity of palm oil in general, which they weren't achieving before. They were losing about 35% of the oils because they were using their hands to make the oils. Now they have access to a machine. Second point I'd like to make is my philosophy on this, on development work in general, is I don't think we should box solutions to say a pre-packaged solution. So we give you food, we give you certain oil, or we give you rice or whatever it is. What I think people need is access to resources, because in my experience, people always know what the best solutions are for themselves and their families. What they need is access to the resources to go out and get those things done. So instead of giving you a particular thing in the form of maybe I give you books or I give you shoes or I give you rice, why not provide access to opportunities for people to earn their own money so that they can now go and make the investments in the communities that they need. Farmers need food, of course, but they also need to send their children to school. They also need to fix their roof when it's leaking. They need access to cash, right? So what we're trying to do is to create an environment where people can have access to markets, they can have access to tools to increase their productivity, so that they can now go and make those investments in their communities and in their children's futures in the way that they best see fit.
Okay, thank you so much for that response there, Mahmoud. Let's cue the questions again so we can see the third and fourth question. And well, I see we've got new questions now. So, okay, Simba, key challenge in developing agricultural value chains, given the small a size, and I think when the question refers to size, they're probably referring to markets in many of our African countries. How do we make sure that we regionalize our value chains? And it's also a theme we're going to be picking up in our discussion on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Simba?
I'll probably take a look at three things. If you look at small-scale farmers, I think it is the inability to pull together enough products or produce at scale to warrant it to be exported, right? And then, of course, the movement, the ease of movement of goods between countries, transportation systems, permitting, license, which also speaks to regulatory environments. Secondly, the financing of these value chains as well. Issues to do with cross-border finance, matters to do with differences in exchange rate, differences in banking laws. So, for example, if I want to send products up to Nigeria, to Nicole, how easy is it for me to make payments to her? Can I produce the product in Zimbabwe dollars but accept the naira as payment? Right? How easy is it for me to transport those goods from Zimbabwe to Nigeria? Do I use road? Do I use rail? Do I use air? And is it commercially viable? Most of our farmers are small scale. So in that particular case, if I'm a farmer by myself, do I produce enough to warrant export?
Sure.
Or am I then not forced to sell to large local multinationals or large conglomerates that then have the ability to export? So I think those to me are the greatest challenges to
Simba, thank you very much.
Thank
you so much for that input, because I also want to bring in Uyimbabazi Paciente, who's managed to join us on the line. And Uyimbabazi, good morning to you and welcome. And thank you so much for joining us. And I want to pose the same question to you. You are a youth project manager at Terimbere Farm Limited in Rwanda. Talk to us about, I guess some opportunities you've seen in regional markets for some of the produce and products that you produce, and what we could be doing better, starting off in the East African region.
sensitive implementation of the AfCFTA, as well as mobilizing financial resources for implementation. The AfCFTA has opportunities, generating jobs and reducing poverty.
Thank you very much for that video there. And I want to hand over again to John B. and to Dr. Yves Gatsikwa to maybe pick up where they left off. And I certainly don't know where that might be for many of our viewers. And so, John and Dr. Yves, you might have to start from the beginning.
Thank you very much, Ayawonga. I guess this is where I have to do my thing again, my pitch. Okay, so I'll introduce myself once more. I'm Yves Gatsikwa. I'm the Director General of the Standards Association of Zimbabwe. And my continental mandate, I'm the past president of the African Organization for Standardization, which is the AU standardization body that has been set up, on the continent with the mandate of harmonizing standards on the continent. And specifically, the role of standards, we'll hear more about it in my presentation, but essentially, we just are looking at how we can help the continent in respect of the various businesses that are on the continent at the moment, in terms of growing our productive base, which is really important now that we're, implementing a single market, as well as a greater, creating a greater efficiency on the continent. Again, that's the role of standards. And thirdly, also the role that standards are going to play on the continent, under the African Continental Free Trade Area, in respect of the value chains, the markets that are going to be very important under the single market. John.
Thank you, Yves, and thank you, Ayawonga. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me. I'm very honoured to be part of this fantastic event. I've been listening into some of the sessions earlier this morning, and really inspirational presentation stories from the young entrepreneurs all over the continent. My role, I basically coordinate our regulatory and scientific affairs teams across 48 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, dealing with the regulatory landscapes in those countries. I'm based in our research centre in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. About Nestlé in Africa, we've been on the continent for over 100 years. We have 12,500 plus employees in 24 factories. We have 75,000 direct suppliers and many hundreds of thousands of farmers who are supplying us. Bringing it back to the framing concept of shared value, our mission is enhancing quality of life and contributing to a healthier future. We were an early pioneer of creating shared value, working with Mark Kramer and others, for the past 15 years on the concept. And we're very sure that our core activities need to make a positive difference to society while contributing to our ongoing success. And that could be things like affordable fortified products, or it could be developing smallholder farmer capacity in our supply chains. Turning to what we know currently about the African Continental Free Trade Area, first of all, there's a bit of uncertainty as to whether the projected go-live date of 1st of July will actually hold, given the current COVID situation. The last thing I saw was an article by the Secretariat last week saying that they're looking for feedback from the heads of state before a final decision is taken. Let's remember, however, that 1st of July means removal or reduction of tariffs between the member states. And even when that happens, there is going to be an exclusion list of products that or services that cannot represent more than 3% of a country's trade, and there will be a list of sensitive products that member states can exempt for a certain amount of time. And, that won't last forever, but it will impact the initial implementation. One thing that we should probably bear in mind is that most forecasters are seeing the initial impact being at regional economic community level, so there's going to be enhanced trade within the regional economic communities before it happens at a continental level. However, in the longer term, we know that there are ambitions for trade deals between the African Union and, for example, the European Union. Now, as I said, when this kicks off, it's really about tariffs, but I think everybody observing this area recognises that the bigger challenge is technical barriers to trade, non-tariff barriers, and that speaks right to Eve's area of expertise, standards and standards harmonisation. I think that, we see across Africa there are very many vertical product or material standards. Sometimes you don't see even harmonisation within regional economic communities. And there are exponentially high costs of transportation. I think one of the speakers in the previous session alluded to this. That a container coming from Europe to Durban, for example, can cost 1/3 of the cost of moving that container onto a neighbouring country, even within SADC, just because of the time involved in crossing borders. So turning to how this all is going to impact young people and what the relationship with creating shared value, and all of that within the context of COVID-19. Well, before this crisis, as many other speakers have said, the demographic dividend equaled simultaneous opportunities and risks. And entrepreneurship was very much seen, and is still very much seen, as the optimum route to absorbing the 10 million young Africans who enter the labour market every year. And I heard Fred Swaneker speak about this very eloquently earlier. Also, before COVID, AfCFTA was supposed to provide a stimulus to create economic growth, and many observers, ministers are saying that this growth needs to be inclusive. UNCTAD is saying it, UNESCO is saying it. And also COVID-related reports are saying that the winning companies are those that are demonstrating solidarity with the communities that they serve, and they're going to be remembered for that coming out of this. So I think the perspective for young entrepreneurs is, if you bake creating shared value in, societal value, into your concept right from the start, you will be rewarded, it will be expected. Possibly more than it was 2 decades ago. So the first, that's sort of the first idea I wanted to get out there. And these, the answers that they have, the propositions that the young entrepreneurs are bringing, maybe they can start to think right from the get-go beyond their borders. Is there a supply chain where it makes sense to access supplies in a neighbouring country? Is there a ready market for the product or service that you have in a neighbouring country, or one within your regional economic community? I think that the second idea is that with the African Continental Free Trade Area, it does give young entrepreneurs accelerated opportunities to make their offering available beyond borders. It's not really because of tariff reductions, but they have to be adept at recognising and reporting technical barriers to trade. This could include, for example, calls to harmonise standards, reduce administrative burdens, and if they add their voices to the calls for more harmonisation as we operationalise Continental Free Trade Area, they will be listened to, because it's generally recognised that youth entrepreneurship is the future. And the last idea I'd like to put there is that large firms can be a part of this. They can benefit from and kickstart youth entrepreneurship. Now, we at Nestlé focus both on employability, so for the All for Youth initiative that we're part of, that you can see behind us, so we're involved in that with other companies like Bolloré, MTN, Nielsen, Siemens. That's delivering 6,000 opportunities for young people to grow their employability skills this year, and 11,000 next. But we're also focusing on entrepreneurship. So if you go around a West African city, you will see around 3,000 Nescafe pushcart operators. We give those pushcart operators the business skills. It's interesting to hear a comment from one of the speakers, I think it was Rosine on the earlier panel, where she said, "Oh, I didn't have any skills in agribusiness. I'm an accountant." Well, my goodness, that's an immensely powerful skill to have in running any business. If you can't manage the money, you can't manage the business. So it's exactly those skills that we try to teach, and for our market sellers, for our pushcart operators. And the other thing, agripreneurship, we just signed a deal with IDH to, right in the middle of COVID, by the way, to build capacity, to build skills with 25,000 farmers and 250 rural small and medium enterprises that facilitate, if you like, the farming ecosystem in Ghana and Nigeria. We've got another 2,000 partnership with Agra. We've got entrepreneurship initiatives with Ashoka. We've got our own innovation challenge that we're running with universities and startups around the continent to help us solve some of the issues around affordable nutrition or sustainability that we have challenges with. So I'll stop there. I've gone on too long, and I'll hand it over to Eve. But as you can tell, I'm immensely passionate about this, and I think there are immense opportunities for AfCFTA to really benefit youth entrepreneurship. Is AfCFTA fit for purpose to do that right now? I'm not entirely sure it is, but maybe this debate can move that on a little bit. So Eve, I'm sorry, I've gone on too long. Eve, I think you're on mute.
Yes, sorry about that. I was enjoying listening to your, discussion there. I mean, I'm learning new words, agripreneurship, socialpreneurship, all those different words that are coming up. Very exciting. And thanks for highlighting the aspect of the shared value, which is why exactly we're having this chat, to encourage youth entrepreneurs, young people to go beyond borders and also profit with purpose. A very interesting concept indeed. And also highlighting the fact that, the go live date will be delayed inevitably because of the COVID-19 situation. But nevertheless, I just wanted to just pose some questions which don't have to be answered here, obviously, in the interest of time. The question is, are youth familiar actually with the principles and the benefits and the challenges that are actually involved in going beyond borders? And how can we actually support the youth entrepreneurs to make sure that they go beyond borders under the African Continental Free Trade Area? And then the issue of production. What mechanisms and what tools do we have to make them more productive, to make them more efficient, and to access these new markets and the value chain? So I'll ask for the support to put up my first slide. I just have a few talking points that I wanted to share with you as we go through this very, very briefly. I'm not going to take a lot of time on this. So basically, next slide, please. The question that we are all asking ourselves is, can the African Continental Free Trade Area, or AfCFTA, be a solution to our youth going forward as they are trying to create new opportunities? And I think the answer is yes. I mean, we've already heard that the new Continental Free Trade Area, which was actually launched on the 30th of March, creates a huge opportunity for youth. And we all know that the market size, equivalent to 1.2 billion people, meaning that there is a huge unrealized potential for entrepreneurs to work with. And then this accounts for between $2.5 to $4 trillion of spending investment, meaning that depending on which resource you're looking at, there is an opportunity for spending and for investment. But then the question now that comes up is, what exactly should the entrepreneurs be aware of in respect to the creating this single market what is it that the entrepreneurs need to be aware of? The issue of training, I think that has come up very clearly, that entrepreneurs must therefore be adequately trained in order for them to be able to not only sell their products and services, but also to package them correctly so that these products can actually meet the expectations of the continental markets. The other aspect as well is there's need for our youth entrepreneurs to be aware of the procedures that are involved, the issues around TBTs, which are the technical barriers to trade, the issues around the customs processes, the quality requirements, because the single market is going to be requiring, new requirements, obviously, in terms of quality and safety of these products. And then the entrepreneurs also need to understand the financing issues around the financing and how this financing can be made available. And also, entrepreneurs must also produce their goods and services which are actually demanded on the continent, because it's all well and good producing a product, but if it's not needed, then really there's no point. So our efforts must really be to identify the products that are required and meet the needs of the market. And lastly, entrepreneurs must also leverage on the digital and opportunities under the fourth industrial revolution. And I'm sure young people don't have any problems in that area, because the whole idea of the fourth industrial revolution is how the continent can leapfrog to take advantage of this huge market it's now available. Next slide, please. So this is just a presentation that really shows that there are many opportunities, but there are also many challenges. And some of the issues that I'm going to just highlight in respect of the Agenda 2063, we all know what that is. It's the Africa we want by 2063. And the African Continental Free Trade Area, of course, is the stepping stone towards this vision that we want by the time we get to 2063. The strong, influential global player, we all want to become that. Our entrepreneurs need to recognize the fact that it's time for us to wake up and realize that we can become formidable on the continent and beyond. The need for us to develop people-driven solutions, meaning that there's a lot of emphasis now on making sure that we invest in our young people and that they need to understand what is needed. The governance issues have already been highlighted, as well as making Africa prosperous, having political unity and an integrated Africa. This is huge because, especially when you speak about standards, the biggest challenge on the continent that makes it difficult for us to trade with each other as countries is the fact that we were all using vertical standards. But now we are saying we now need to make use of harmonized standards. And I was just speaking with you during the break to say, we've come a long way. We've actually harmonized quite a lot of these standards, making it easier for us to trade, making it easier for us to integrate the continent, and so that our products are accepted. Of course, peaceful environment and a secure Africa, and also having strong cultural identity and being proud of our Africanness and our African products and packaging our products as such, because our products have value, especially when they're well branded. So these are some of the issues. Next slide, please. So looking at the objectives, just to underscore, what exactly are we trying to prove, or what exactly are we trying to actually do under the African Continental Free Trade Area? What are the objectives? We want to create a liberalized single market for goods and services by progressively eliminating barriers to trade. This is what we're trying to do under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We also want to contribute to free movement of capital and persons for investment through the member states. We also want to promote and also to attain sustainable and inclusive social development across the continent. We also want to enhance the competitiveness of economies of these member states And lastly, industrial development, leveraging on the fourth industrial revolution. I keep underscoring the fourth industrial revolution because we cannot do all of this, without realizing that technology and innovation are going to be very critical. It doesn't matter whether you're a small-scale farmer or whether you are into food production or energy or health, you will still require a level of innovation and also a level of making sure that you take use of technologies. I mean, we have the artificial intelligence, the blockchains, all of this will come to the play. So this shared value concept, as far as I'm concerned, is very, very exciting in boosting the African entrepreneurship, because what it does is essentially it facilitates inter-African and global trade. And but there's an animal in the room, and we know that it is COVID, okay? But we also have another animal that we need to deal with, and that is the issue of standards, making sure that our products are actually accepted. Standards and conformity assessment are, these are the technical barriers to trade and the SPS, because without dealing with the issue of standards and making sure that our products are accepted, those products will not go anywhere. So as we are moving towards the single market and implementing the single market, I think with effect from July or going beyond July, given that the dates have now obviously going to be delayed because of COVID, we need to realize that the single market will require for us to implement our harmonized standards so that, our products can be accepted across the continent and beyond as well. So looking at the impact of COVID-19 in relation to the continent, in relation to ASO, which is the Continental Standardization Situation or standards body, the impact of COVID-19 to the labor markets at a glance, according to ILO, they say 68% employed, people that were employed have been impacted. And as of the 29th of April 2020, ILO estimated that a proportion of the workers living in countries with, within this continent have actually faced a number of challenges, including closures of companies. From 81 to 68% of these have been lost over the COVID period, which is quite significant. So what does this mean? If you interpret this information, what it actually means that there's an opportunity for entrepreneurs on the continent. Those people who have lost their jobs and those people who have lost formal employment are now looking at entrepreneurship, and here's an opportunity for youth. And then also we've seen that because of the lockdowns, significant lockdowns, it's actually reduced the working hours by at least 10.5%, meaning that, it's either you're hardly employed, you're just doing 2 hours a day. Again, the issue of entrepreneurship kicks in. So in as much as COVID-19 has had negative impacts on the continent, we have to realize that there are positives that have come out of this, in that we can now look at how we can become more productive as entrepreneurs, given that we have this extra time on our hands, that we can make use of to produce some of our products. Next slide. So, opportunities and challenges. That's where we are. We are at the crossroads, isn't it? But fortunately, thanks to African Shared Value and KCB, we thank you so much for this opportunity to our youth to, provide such a platform for us to discuss where are these opportunities. As I said earlier on, as we are implementing our African Continental Free Trade Area, leapfrogging the fourth industrial revolution. I cannot emphasize that, more, because I'm actually the champion of the African fourth industrial revolution strategy and roadmap. So one of my challenges is to come up with a clear strategy as to how Africa is going to navigate its way through the single market. leveraging on technology, leveraging on various technologies. So the opportunities are there. As we heard before, we have people who are into poultry, into all sorts of horticulture, there's cotton, all sorts of things. But we also need to realize that, as I mentioned before, the perceived role of harmonized standards must be well understood by all our youth entrepreneurs, and they also need to participate in the harmonization process. In other words, if there are products which are specific to yourself or specific to your market, you might want to, submit a new work item to say, look, I'm producing this product. It's unique to Africa. It's never been produced abroad, and I need a standard, and be part of the solution rather than sit back and wait for standards to come. Because it won't be accepted unless the standards are actually part of your production process. Local sourcing partners, we also need to identify who these local sourcing partners are. Entrepreneurship under the African Continental Free Trade Area also means financing, as I mentioned before. So coming back to our question, can the free trade area be an answer to Africa's economic recovery? I say yes, indeed, it can be. It can be a solution. It's a big opportunity. Coming to the end of my presentation, I just wanted to highlight this, John, that what standards are actually needed. Firstly, we have primary technical adopters of standards. We also have ASO, which is process, these are the process owners of harmonization on the continent. We also have a lot of work that is being done internationally. Most of our standards bodies on the continent are actually part of the ISO, the IEC, the ITU, the ITU, and the ATU as well. And the need for us to be able to interpret the decisions and the declarations and also the resolutions of our political leadership. In other words, I'm saying we've got our work cut out as youth entrepreneurs. We need to understand what is happening on the continent. And as I said, we need to create confidence amongst our stakeholders, going beyond our borders as well, so that we can brand our products and so that we can move our goods and services across borders. Next slide. This is just to show you what it looks like, the hierarchy of standards. At the top, we have our international body. We know those. There's ISO, there's IEC, ITU, there's so many, actually. And then on the continent, the body that I'm representing today as the past president, we have what we call the African Regional Standards Organization. And at a national level, as an example, we have the national. So you need to, in your country, identify with your national standards body and understand how your national standards body can support you to make use of the national standards, the regional standards, and the international standards as well. And again, this is just to show you in a picture form under the Continental Free Trade Area. Standards are necessary in procurement, they're necessary in technical regulations. I think, John, you spoke about that already. Occupational health and safety. We are talking about COVID, so we can't run away from that. And the issues around environmental protection and trade policy as well. And here is a slide which I find very interesting. The contribution that Africa is making today. Africa is in an $80 trillion global economy, meaning that we still have a lot of work to do. I see this as a challenge. That's all I can say. I see this as a challenge. There's a lot of work for us to do to be able to play a part in producing goods that can contribute to the globe. Next slide. So in conclusion, I just want to end by saying that, yes, we are implementing our Continental Free Trade Area. the rat race starts right now. If you haven't started, I know some of us have not yet, we're not yet ready to go beyond borders, but we're planting a seed. Today, we're planting a seed through this eSummit, and I hope that all of us can realize that, we all have a piece of a pie that we can contribute, to this $2.5 trillion economy that we are about to implement. And let's not be afraid. Let's take advantage of this eSummit. And once again, thank you to Africa Shared Value and KCB for sharing this platform with our youth entrepreneurs. We hope that it's been useful. And we hope, myself and John, that, John from the regulatory side, I'm from the standard side, we can work together and we can help our youth to be more interested on our continent and to realize that the opportunities are immense. Yes, the challenges are there. We'll never, undermine or underestimate the challenges that we have. But at the end of the day, the onus is also on us to play our part, to be part of this solution as we go beyond borders. I think that's it.
Okay.
I don't know if you have anything else to add, John.
No, I was just listening, and clearly it's chiming and resonating with me right throughout. It brought to mind one of the comments from, I think it was Nicole in the earlier session from Nigeria, where she was talking about the importance of research for young entrepreneurs in putting together their business case. And, why not, right from the start, think beyond borders? What would your proposition, what appeal would it have beyond the borders of the country in which you're operating? How could you more meaningfully source from your neighbours? Because I think we said when we were talking offline before, Eve, if you don't do it, probably somebody else will.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. Definitely everyone is waiting for this opportunity. And I'm sure, I have a lot of discussions. I was talking to one young man in Ghana. Actually, he's doing fish, and he's trying to export some of the fish that he has, he's a fish farmer, actually. And, the challenge that he was experiencing was how can he get his fish to be accepted in different parts of the world, in East Africa and in Zimbabwe. And then we started talking about branding, we started talking about standards, we started saying, do you understand the regulatory environment that is in that country? That could be a start. Yeah. So I think I'm very excited about this opportunity.
Yeah. But very interesting you brought that one up here, because I had a case not so long ago, a similar one. Fish farmers in Gambia with a ready market in Mali, but getting it across to Mali in terms of standards, in terms of transport difficulties, in terms of technical barriers, proving too difficult right now. And I think the young entrepreneurs have to raise their voice to make that heard.
Yes. Okay. You're absolutely right.
Dr. Eve.
They can't stay quiet.
Dr. Eve and John, I certainly know I join everybody on this webinar in thanking both of you for your insightful contributions. And I think if there's anything I take from the conversation is that we really need a paradigm shift, right from opportunity identification through to growing and scaling our enterprises that begins to see our markets not just as those within our own national territories, but as as people often say, making the continent and our world our oyster. And I certainly thank the pair of you for your insights into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in the areas of regulation and standards. And it's quite unfortunate because of the technical glitches that we had and how much time that took up that we won't be able to take any questions and answers. But I do know that the conversation will continue on many of our social media platforms. Thank you very much, John, and to you, Dr. Eve, as well.
Thank you.
That there was our session on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and a big thank you to our contributors for their insights in both of those sessions. We're going to take a slight break for the next few minutes or so, and when we come back, we'll kick off our afternoon session, which involves a Shared Value 2.0 Masterclass that is going to involve Tiki Barnard from the Shared Value Africa Initiative, also going to be joined by Immaculata Sekhuwa, who's also part of the Shared Value Africa Initiative Steering Committee, and somebody who's also a marketing expert. And we'll pick that up on the other side of a brief break, and we'll come back and also talk about some of the polls we're going to be putting together.
What my heart will listen to, 'cause you've got the music in you. You've got the music in you. 'Cause you've got the music in you. 'Cause you've got the music. You've got the music in you. 'Cause
Here's a little song for anyone who's ever hated in the key of grrr.
What is it about Africa? Some see struggle. We see opportunity. This is where we thrive. Africa is a land of contrasts. Hundreds of millions of our people live without access to clean water and electricity. Yet we have more entrepreneurs than any other continent, and by 2050, half of the world's youth will be African. Africa's been busy. We're urbanizing, embracing technology. We're sprinting forward with some of the fastest growing economies in the world. It's time for African-driven solutions to African problems. It's time to seize the moment and create our own narrative to build the Africa we want. Business has the power to bring about change at scale and make money doing so. The shared value business model reconnects business success with social progress. Shared value is also about partnerships, building business networks that create inclusive growth. The power of collaboration should never be underestimated. If we can bring together businesses and communities from across Africa with a shared purpose, we can build economic value and, most importantly, value for society. It's time for Africa to become the economic powerhouse of the future. Become part of Africa's most powerful shared value business network. Join the Shared Value Africa initiative today.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to our third day of the Africa Shared Value Leadership eSummit, and this day sponsored by the KCB Group all the way out in East Africa, where they have operations in multiple countries there. And we are certainly continuing with our discussion of how shared value can not only unlock operational efficiencies and innovation, but also unlock new markets for enterprises. And certainly a big chunk of our focus today is on small and early stage enterprises, and of course the work and the role of young people in that entrepreneurial revolution. Now, this section of our conversation, having come out of the session on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, just after lunch we are going to be taking a look now at the Shared Value Masterclass, and we're going to be joined shortly by our two presenters, Tiki Barnard and Immaculata Sekhuwa, who are going to be taking us through this session on the Shared Value Masterclass. That being said, we continue to take some of your interaction, and you can share with us some of your questions on our Slido platform, www.slido.com. You can also use the Slido platform to take part in some of our polls, which we're using to really get a much better sense of who you are as our audience, and also to create an opportunity for you to be able to engage and interact with us. We're also on social media. And as I said when we started, the recordings of all of our sessions over the last few days or so should be available on YouTube towards the end of the month of June. But also our conversations continue on social media, primarily on Twitter, on hashtag Africa Shared Value and hashtag ACVS20. And certainly seeing some of your comments already coming through throughout the course of the day on that particular platform. Without further ado, allow me at this point to introduce Immaculata Sekhuwa, who is a marketing expert with 25 years worth of experience. She also sits on the steering committee of the Shared Value Africa Initiative. Also going to be joined by Tiki Barnard, who's the CEO of the Africa Shared Value Initiative. And we're also going to have Jane Mwangi, the managing director at the KCB's Group Social Investment Arm, the KCB Foundation, back with us again this afternoon to maybe touch on some of the specifics of the work that KCB is doing. And it's certainly set to be an exciting and insightful masterclass as we wrap up our proceedings for the day. So without much further ado, allow me to call up onto the stage Tiki Barnard and Immaculata Sekhuwa already with us on stage. And we also have Jane Mwangi who joins us as well. And from me, it's a big thank you to all of you who've participated, and my role ends here, and wish all of you the best in your deliberations from here onwards. All the best, and may we continue to make our inputs and insights with the passion that we've displayed over the last few days or so and earlier on this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for that kind introduction.
The slides up? Thank you. Great. Well, thank God men can fly and lay their waste in the sky as well as on earth. Those were the words of an American philosopher, Henry David Thoreau. He died at a tender age of 45 in 1862. What was humankind doing to our planet back then that still holds so much profound truth in our current context? Well, welcome everyone to this masterclass. My name is Immaculata Sehoa. I am the head of Integrated Marketing Communication at Discovery, and I'm a shared value scholar and advocate. I hope that in the last 2 days, you've enjoyed rigorous debate and discussion, as well as learnings on the Shared Value Summit, which places a spotlight, obviously, on our continent, particularly at this time of COVID-19, where we are faced with many challenges that are wrapped around it, making shared value a very critical and urgent business strategy for the globe today. I'd like to thank Shift Impact, Tiki and her team, as well as the sponsors that have made this virtual summit possible. The first time that we gathered, 4th year in a row of the summit, but albeit virtually, connecting across the 54 African continents, and I'm sure in other parts of the world as well. This afternoon is going to be unpacking shared value at a level of purpose, and at a level of why shared value is important as a business strategy that's been practiced by many organizations across the globe. I believe that the KCB team are joining us as well. Welcome as well as to everybody that's tuned in. I'm actually the co-pilot of this session. The real pilot is joining us on stage now. Tiki, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to share this learning experience with you. And we hope that in the next 2 hours, we engage with you in robust debate and discussion around shared value. At a personal level, I came across the concept of shared value about a few years ago. Immediately, it had personal resonance for me. Being one of 8 children, I think sharing was a non-negotiable in our household. But also at a personal level, I do believe that humankind is on earth to serve a purpose much bigger than themselves. And therefore, this topic really piqued my interest and got me thinking around studying even on the subject. As we progress with the masterclass, we're going to be interacting with a lot of business cases and case studies on the subject itself. Should we get the slides up? Right. At a very basic level, we do know that societies face multiple challenges, be them social, environmental, that impacts everybody around the globe, as it were. We also know that governments, NGOs, and NPOs aren't really equipped and lack enough resources and capacity to be solving these societal problems. It's arguably the private sector that has the muscle to be able to garner the energy and the strength to be able to transform people's lives by generating wealth, creating jobs, and ensuring that societies progress cohesively. And as it were, the sustainable goals actually have presented challenges that guide business on what problems to be solving around the world. We've also been guided by the founders of shared value as a business concept and as a philosophy, Professor Mark Kramer as well as Professor Michael Porter. And they've given us a definition of shared value, so let's unpack a little bit on what they've said. Shared value is policies and practices that enhance the competitiveness of a company while simultaneously advancing their economic and social conditions in the communities in which they operate. Quite a mouthful, quite a sentence full. Highlighting on their definition is this idea of policies and practices. What are we talking about? How many policies does your organization have? And are those policies shared value proof? There's recruitment policies, there's procurement policies. Now, in the advent of COVID, there's even work from home policies. How shared value proof are the policies that we have around gender, around remuneration gaps between male and female doing the same work in the same place. This part of the definition challenges all of us to be relooking our policies and practices in terms of what drives the daily decisions in an organization. Of course, both Michael Porter and Mark Kramer argue as well that when you practice shared value, you are fundamentally more competitive than what your competitors could be. So it's a competitive advantage strategy. How do you innovate in order to come up with products and services that your competitors would never even think possible? At a societal level, communities need successful businesses to provide jobs to them and to create wealth. And therefore, the cohesion of what society, government, and society and businesses need is a symbiotic relationship that enables shared value to thrive at a definition level. Here's some of the companies that have been listed, not a conclusive list if I may add, that have been admired by peers as practicing shared value as a business philosophy, all at varying degrees if I may add. Tiki, would you like to take a stab at perhaps unpacking what some of these organizations do? Yep. One of them is definitely my organization, so without really being biased about what Discovery is doing in this space, interestingly, as we're preparing for the Masterclass, we thought of maybe looking at these organizations through the lens of COVID-19 to see what they've done. And one quick example that I think I can call out, particularly insofar as Discovery is concerned, is a partnership that they engaged with, or that we engaged with Vodacom, to provide virtual consults to all South Africans. I think at the time that there was a lot of uncertainty in a lot of doctor practices around flu-like symptoms, sore throat, and all the symptoms that were highlighted as potentially signaling that one could be infected with the virus. The partnership between Vodacom and Discovery through the doctor network enabled people to be able to do virtual consults with doctors on the phone to be able to know what they would do next in case they were infected. This partnership went as far and as broad as enabling close to 80,000 consultations to South Africans to a doctor network that they otherwise would never have access to.
I know. There's some really great examples on COVID-19. I mean, I can sit here the whole afternoon, but as you know, we're very pushed for time, Immaculata. So I want to share something with you that I even discussed with Mark Kramer as well, because it was something that wasn't very clear to me. So Johnson & Johnson in the States announced on the 30th of March that they'll start human trials in September. And they will provide the vaccine at a not-for-profit basis, and their share price jumped by 9%. So if you look at that, are they addressing a societal issue? Yes, they are going to address a societal issue, and then their share price jumped. Are they satisfying their shareholders? So for me, when I look at that from a COVID-19 perspective, it is corporate social responsibility that they've done. So I'm going a little bit off the topic here, am I not, Immaculata? So I want to come back though, but because I personally got 20% discount on my insurance during COVID-19 from, I don't know if am I allowed to name the organization?
Well, we're talking about shared value now, aren't we? So I guess you can give them a punt.
Yeah, so that was Sanlam. So my car is insured through Sanlam, and we know that during the Easter weekend even, there were 82% less accidents. So insurance companies must have saved a huge amount on these non-accidents during this period. So I got my 10% off. Safaricom's done a lot of things. We've discussed it. I mean, from that perspective, KCB has done a lot of things. I think with COVID-19, there's been so many organizations that have actually stepped up and took up their responsibility to assist with COVID-19.
And of course, some of these cases we are going to unpack as we progress with the Masterclass. But truly and honestly, the argument that I think is put forward by the shared value founders is that organizations that adopt this as a business strategy are significantly more resilient, even at a time like this.
Absolutely.
So no surprising that some of the examples being cited have already started impacting ordinary citizens that are concerned about their livelihood, not only economically, but in terms of their well-being as well. So thank you for sharing those. Perhaps another topic that we need to tap into, and we've had a lot of debate around it, is this idea of the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that the UN came up with a 2030 strategy, and it's to enable us to transition out of poverty, but to also protect the planet. Talk to me about how organizations are embracing the SDGs just as a way of, for starters, a guidance framework, but also a way of perhaps defining their purpose around problems that they could be solving around the world.
So I think if we look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 16 of them are about social issues. So when you look at the concept of creating shared value, it is about addressing a societal issue through a business, through your core business. So when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we say to all the organizations, there are 16 goals there that you can address.
Yeah, there's a lot to choose from.
There's a lot to choose from. So look at the societal issue that's affecting your business. And then what you do is you take the 16 goals, because the thing is, what we also have to remember, it is not, one goal. If we look, for instance, at Discovery, addressing health issues, the ripple effect of that is enormous, because not only are they addressing health, it goes a lot further into the rest of the goals as well. And we always say is that shared value is that particular tool that you can use as an organization when you shift your strategy to one of creating economic value and value for society, that you have, and I always say, you have no excuse not to actually align to the Sustainable Development Goals, because we have a responsibility.
Yeah.
2030 is around the corner. We're 10 years away from it. So yeah, SDGs is very important. Again, I can talk for hours, but we're stressed for time.
I know, time's of the essence, and I think there's quite a lot to share. But what was profound for me as well is maybe perhaps in the opening remarks where Mark Kramer made reference to the fact that, yes, we know that COVID-19 has impacted us globally, and we've never seen anything like it. And he referenced shared value as not being a crisis management strategy, but perhaps something that can inspire organizations, guide them in terms of a framework, and also help them identify opportunities of spaces where they could be playing. Right, so enough about the SDGs for now. I think when we speak about the rest of the cases, really, just the point to at the back of your mind, look out for the spaces that the organizations that are shared value driven are addressing insofar as the 17 SDGs is concerned. Another relationship that's proving critical in terms of shared value being a successful business model is a relationship between business, government, and society. And I think I alluded to it earlier on by suggesting that business requires productive employees that can come and be productive in their organization to generate revenue. Government needs to enable legislation such that business can operate freely. Society, of course, are the recipients of the employment that is offered, the enablement that government offers. But one can really operate without the other. And I think, Tiki, in the past, there's always been the challenge of the voice of government being heard when we discuss shared value. Do you think we're making progress in this regard?
I think for us as the Shared Value Africa Initiative, I have to be bluntly honest, is that we're still struggling to a certain extent to and I think it's not just us. I think I speak sort of for our global community, really, when I look at our counterparts in the other countries. I think India's made real inroads because they work very closely with their government on shared value. But I think in the other areas, we're still struggling with that. We've really made inroads in Kenya with government, which was really great. We're working with Rwanda government at the moment, but we're not where we want to be from a governmental perspective.
It was encouraging to see Minister Khadebe as part of the CEO lunch. So I think we are starting. We're getting somewhere. Right. Here's an interesting case of a government initiative, actually, that was driven purely from a government perspective, that just shows how that relationship can work coherently when business, society, as well as government work together. Take a look.
Now, if you're heading to the Pacific island of Palau, you'll be signing up to a new pledge.
Human impact on Earth's environment is one of the biggest challenges facing the world today. The small island nation of Palau was feeling these impacts acutely. Tourists were damaging reefs, littering oceans and poaching protected species, their careless behaviour magnified by large numbers. But how could a small local population with limited resources police the high volume of visitors? What if we made the tourists police themselves? Introducing the Palau Pledge, a first-of-its-kind immigration policy for good. All visitors now need to sign an environmental pledge to gain admittance into Palau. Stamped into the passport of international arrivals, the pledge is a formal promise to Palau's children.
Children of Palau,
I take this pledge
to preserve and protect your beautiful and unique island home.
To implement this policy, government, the tourist industry and citizens were brought together. A new visa entry stamp was designed and issued in multiple languages, and immigration processes were changed.
The joy that comes with the pledge is the recognition that, hey, I can make a difference.
But we didn't stop at the passport stamp. We redesigned the tourism experience via a website, an in-flight film, a passport insert, local education, business accreditation, signage, penalties and collateral. Launched at the UN, the Palau Pledge has been praised by international leaders and groups. Influencers helped inspire people to take the pledge online in solidarity with Palau.
Are you already seeing tourists behaving differently?
The awareness level is very high.
The reaction on social media has been widespread.
The Palau Pledge has raised global awareness of the responsibility this generation has to the next. But its biggest impact is local, in Palau.
I hope my children can see the beautiful place as I see today.
Right, so a case in time of where government really took the lead to transform an entire country with respect to how tourism and tourists engage with it. Let's talk about the shared value framework. We've been given a guideline on how it is that we can create shared value within our organization. So while purpose talks to the why and the DNA of the organization and the raison d'etre, why an organization exists, shared value is the how. Michael Porter and Mark Kramer have put together a framework that helps us navigate this space. The three pillars that I guess define how shared value can be created is that, first of all, organizations have to reconceive their products and markets in such a way that they identify and fulfill the needs that exist within society. Secondly, their value chains have got to be redefined for responsible economic, social, and environmental practices. And by so doing, if you follow the first principle and the second principle of the framework, then you will find that in the environments within which you operate, you create local clusters that are developing and can sustain themselves beyond the organization's intervention even. I'm now going to just show you the examples of how, with this framework, some of the work comes to life. So just a caution to the wind on some of the cases we're going to see. Shared value isn't an initiative. It is the fiber, it is the oxygen of how the entire organization operates. So the cases are just illustrative to just show that in each of the pillars or in the framework itself, shared value can really come alive at a practical level in an organization. There's a case of IKEA and a case of Unilever where they've done some interesting work in India, and a case of Honda where they've transformed one of the cars on the assembly line to be a quieter diesel that emits less carbon footprint. And by so doing, all the three companies really revisiting their products to define what can be done at a shared value level in product design.
Hi, I'm Eldal, 32 years old. Although I have cerebral palsy, I do everything I can to conduct myself like everyone else. But in my own home, of all places, I'm surrounded with furniture crying out, cripple. I'd like to sit on a regular sofa, without being afraid I won't be able to get up, to open a regular closet, or even to turn on a regular lamp.
1 in every 10 people in Israel is a disabled person. The IKEA design vision gave birth to the Disables Project. Smart hacks making IKEA's best-selling items accessible. The project was created in collaboration with 2 NGOs, Milbot and Access Israel, and started off in the IKEA store with a hackathon of product engineers and disabled people that enabled better understanding of their needs. In the end of the developing process, 13 new products were born, each solving a different accessibility issue, such as sofa elevating legs for easier ascending, lamp button enlargement, special handles for PAX closets, and more. The new products are presented in the world's first accessible living spaces in the IKEA stores. The new models are available for download from the project's website, disables.com, and 3D printing anywhere in the world. So that Eldar, Dina, Pavel, Inbal, Moshe, Tahel, and Liel can also feel comfortable in their own homes like everybody else.
Now they should come up with products that assemble themselves.
So the lengths and the depths that an organization can go into to transform the lives of people at a product level, fundamentally not creating a need, but fulfilling an existing need. Reference, because it's a little bit longish, and focus on the Unilever
Kids
case
love
for now.
to use their hands. Kids explore the world with their hands. In India, they use their hands for one more thing: eating. Not washing their hands with soap is one of the main causes for illnesses and dropouts. So, we gave shape to a simple idea: chalk sticks infused with soap. These worked just like regular chalk sticks, but at lunch break, they did more than just writing. The chalk powder turned into soap on its own. Kids' health will now be in good hands, their own.
Right, so hopefully that, and many other examples of corporates that are playing in the space, starts painting the picture of to what extent one can start looking at their current products and see how fulfilling the need of the community or society can start unleashing the power of shared value. The second pillar talks to redefining productivity in the value chain, and what best example to show than to talk about Economy, a fintech company that has completely transformed how business is conducted through saving carbon emissions.
In 2018, the United Nations released an urgent report emphasizing the need to cut carbon emissions in half by 2030 in order to avoid an irreversible climate crisis. The average consumer in Sweden causes around 10 tons of carbon emissions each year, of which 60% is linked to consumption. Later in 2018, Economy, a Swedish fintech, took on the challenge and launched Do, a mobile banking service for everyday climate action. The Do app is connected to a credit card that enables users to track and measure their carbon footprint from each purchase and to compensate for its impact day by day. This spring, Economy took its fight against climate change one step further by adding a premium credit card to its offer. But instead of introducing a premium credit card with the typical benefits that encourages further mass consumption, Economy did the opposite by launching Do Black, the world's first credit card with a carbon limit. Simply put, it's the first credit card ever to stop you from overspending. Not based on your available funds, but rather on the levels of CO2 emissions caused by your consumption. Do Black helps you track your climate impact and ensures that you reduce it by 50% in line with the UN 2030 recommendation.
The core purpose of Do Black is not only the ability to measure the impact of your consumption, but also bringing it to a direct halt, making it a radical tool against climate change.
For years, credit cards have put a limit on our credit. Do Black puts a limit on our impact.
Now, the Do Black case interestingly addresses climate change as one of the SDGs. So once again, just linking the responsibility and the many problems that surround the world that companies can select to address at any given point in time. The third pillar really talks to developing local clusters, and Car Powership, which has addressed the challenges that were faced by a fishing community in Ghana, were addressed through this initiative. Take a look.
Gama is one of the biggest towns who do fishing in Ghana. So if we come here, you can see our canoes. That's what we use to look after our wives, children's schooling. The women you come and sell the fish to, they will store the fish in their freezers. When the doomsday comes, our business gets rotten.
At the peak of the crisis, some people could go without lives for close to 48 hours. So it negatively affected people both economically and socially.
What we were able to do is to bring a very low-cost solution to Ghana, a floating power plant that can serve any electricity needs from short-term to long-term with the highest efficiencies in the most economic way and the fastest delivery times.
They say on the radio, the ship is coming. So we all line up at this area. It's big.
What we are able to achieve in Ghana is more than just supply of electricity. It's a partnership between the country, the people, us, and the utilities, making sure that all the community is benefiting from this project.
In this community, we have experienced light off when the ship arrived. Now, everybody's living very well.
Tiki, I know that we've been looking at developing local clusters, but overall the framework. Talk to us about Car Powership, because what they did was opportunistically at the right time, so profound that it had short and long-term effects on that community.
Yeah, so if we look at the Car Powership initiative, and I think when we go back, I have to mention that they were a Shared Value Award winner. So Car Powership, when you look at it, and from a cluster development, is that Car Powership could not enter Ghana on their own. So they had to work in partnership with government, they had to work in partnership with local communities, and that is how the Car Powership initiative could actually move into Ghana. They currently, I think, supply, last time I looked, about 15% of Ghana's electricity. They had to link up to the main grid line in Ghana. They work in different countries, other countries as well. So yes, the cluster development case study for Car Powership is very clear, because it was no ways that they could actually do it on their own. And I just want to add quickly is that there's no, and I often get asked that from a shared value perspective, is that there's no fit, you know, like a specific fit for shared value, because companies are different.
Yeah.
They have different ways of operating, you know, they've got different people working for them, they've got different systems. So there's no one size fits all.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing, and I sometimes think people are looking for that from a, you know, from a shared value perspective. How do we do that? And yeah.
And on that topic, I guess the next discussion rightfully segues into this idea of, when companies look at what they're doing, is it CSR or is it shared value? The debate has been had for the longest of time, but I think the argument that's been put on the table is quite clear that when companies take a percentage of their net profit after tax to invest in CSI, what happens in the year that profits don't roll in? And therefore, shared value just takes the strategy beyond what could perhaps be achieved in 1 year to a better sustainable ecosystem that enables business and society at the same time. So let's take a look at this.
Since 1958, the relief organization Miserior has been creating self-help initiatives for the third world. In the fight against poverty and injustice, every euro counts, and it's clear that even small donations can make a big difference, though very few people know this. The simple solution, the one thing that people always have with them, a credit card. Last year, over 40% of all payments in Europe were made with one. With this in mind, Miserio developed the social swipe, the first poster that accepts credit cards. The poster makes giving easier than ever before, and you can see the results. Your donation can provide daily bread for a family in Peru, or help an imprisoned Filipino child return to a normal life, all for just €2. These unique billboards were developed together with Stripe.com, a leader in innovative payment solutions. The posters initially attracted people's attention in international airports, but stayed with them long after. When donors received their credit card statement, they were asked to turn their one-off donation into a monthly donation. It's a small gesture that makes a big difference. The social swipe, making giving easier than ever before.
You have to admit that's a stroke of genius by Miserio. CSI or shared value?
Corporate social investment, because it's a once-off. Shared value is long-term. And for me, it's a really great initiative, but it didn't really last for very long.
Yeah.
So we have to look from a long-term perspective. That's what shared value is about. There's no quick fix. There's no quick turnaround. There's no quick profits. You have to make the commitment, and it's a long-term commitment that you make, because that is
the long haul.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
The other argument, if maybe we dock on this idea of whether what you're doing is shared value versus CSI, is the ability of shared value to actually scale what you're doing to achieve a much more grander impact than what you would have had in a small little community. So scalability is obviously one of the things we should consider.
So listen, Immaculata,
we have to move on to the case study. Yes, over to you, Tiki.
No, we're not onto the case study yet. You can still continue.
Are we continuing?
Okay. No, we can bring Jane up. Is Jane there? Because I want to introduce. I want to introduce Jane. I know I can't see her, or she can't. Oh, there she is. Hello, Jane. Okay. So we've got Jane Mwangi back again from KCB, and we all heard, she touched on it a little bit this morning on what they're doing with Tujijenge. And I have to say in the beginning, I had to get used to the pronunciation, Jane, Tujijenge, and now I'm quite good at it, eh? So it gives me a great pleasure to introduce Jane and the Tujijenge case study that we'll talk a little bit about afterwards. Jane is a very special person in our lives. She's very much part of the shared value community. KCB is one of our new recruits. They joined our community to become one of our members, which is even more important. But they've been a purpose-led organization for so long, and that's why Tujijenge is really flourishing, within the East Africa community. So Jane, we're going to hand over to you to do your presentation while we watch in the background, and then we will take some Q&A afterwards if people want to, pose some questions to Jane. Over to Jane. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiki, and a great congratulations first to you for putting this summit together. Putting a global summit virtually is not an easy task, but you've done it very, very well. And thank you so much for you and Immaculate for setting stage for me, and especially for what it is that I'm going to talk about. And I think if, as a way to see the presentation up, let's say that KCB group and KCB also as a foundation, because the foundation is part of the group, we are so much committed to the shared value whole concept. And especially because, just like you have said, it is so much the future. And it is not about a hit and run, but it's about solving a problem. For us, we take shared value as that journey of looking for solutions for communities and societies, solving the problems for the purposes of providing long-term profitability for businesses. And so, yes, it is a practice for us, and a practice that is part and parcel of everything that we do. The foundation is a social arm of the bank, and about 13 years in age. When we started the foundation 13 years ago, it focused so much on relief. And relief, philanthropy is what it is. There is a place for it. It was really called so much of, a corporate responsibility. But with time, we started realizing that relief will not be able to solve a problem. It's a hit and run. It's short term. And so we started reorganizing all our work and saying that there is a need and purpose for every activity that we do. And so in large, the foundation organizes itself into three buckets. All our activities are in three buckets. There is a bucket for philanthropy because there's still space for philanthropy. Moments such as this with the COVID, we must be able to respond to communities, and the solutions we are giving at this point in time is so much humanitarian, and that is, philanthropy. Then we have just the general corporate social responsibility, still has its own space in terms of complying to regulation, just compliance as it is, it's a responsibility. But then we have the shared value, and shared value for us takes about 85% of all our resources and all our efforts. And we have put our efforts there because we are saying that much as we want to, engage with the communities, we want to ensure that we are not just giving short-term relief. We are not just doing, short-term solutions to problems, but we are really taking our time to study a problem, get to know the nuances of a problem, get to have proper interventions, design interventions that fully speak to the problem. But at the end of the day, the solution we provide is what creates long-term profitability for businesses. And also the solutions we provide to societal problems are solutions that are both scalable and sustainable, much to exactly what it is. You have had that conversation so well with Immaculate. And so next slide. If we go to the next slide. All right. And so the programs that we have Mifugo ni Mali, that is a program that seeks to work with livestock farmers in the Asal area. We have a scholarship program that seeks to address the needs of bright young students, but very, very needy students. And also to Tujijenge, the one that you've just mentioned. I'm glad you're able to mention it, Tiki. That's a program where we really start looking at the issues of youth unemployment in the country and beginning to say, let's have the courage to solve a problem. And so therefore, these three programs that you're talking about, all of them, they are really anchored on the shared value concept, and really saying in all of them, they are not short-term, they are long-term, they may take long, but they give us a sustainable solution and a scalable solution. And so if I just delve into Tujijenge is a Swahili word for let us self-employ. And what inspired us to do Tujijenge is really looking at the bank and telling the bank, we are in this business, and for 128 years, we've been great and successful. But when you look at the continent at large, that is Africa, you look at East Africa, where we really operate in, you even look at Kenya as a country, 70%, closely to 70% of the population is so much 35 and under. And we are really basically saying we are just a continent full of young people. But all these young people are so much jobless. And so saying, if 70% of the population is not economic citizens and they probably have no opportunity to participate in economies because they have no jobs, then what are we saying as a bank? Who are we going to be banking 20 years down the road? And with that challenge, when we tabled that challenge to the bank, we say that if we start to intentionally solve the youth unemployment problem in the country now, then 20 years down the road, we should be able to continue doing business and thriving as a business. And so Tujijenge therefore seeks to help young people create their own jobs and to also create their own wealth. And they're really saying that they will do it systematically. And we say that in doing it and in approaching, in tackling the problem, we said, let's first look at who is hiring in the country, who is creating jobs. And we realize that the informal sector is the one that is creating jobs. And I will delve into that in the next slide. The next slide, first, what you see is Tujijenge really being at the center of the group, KCB group business interest. That is long-term profitability, of course, long-term growth as a business, and the community needs. And the community needs here, we are looking at youth unemployment. And we are therefore saying that the nexus of development and business is always the home of shared value. That sweet spot where both business and development are able to, to merge or to intersect, then we are able to do our business. I mean, we are able to design programs that speak to the communities. So youth unemployment offers a big opportunity to the group to provide endurable solutions that have inbuilt long-term profitability. And that is exactly what Tujijenge seeks to do. And so what's a problem statement? I think we can go to the next slide. And as we looked at the problem statement, we said, who is hiring? It's the informal sector that is hiring. It's the informal sector that creates almost over 80% of the jobs. But the informal sector itself has so many problems. And the first problem of informal sector is just lack of technical skill. Oftentimes when you look at a lot of the jobs or the small micro enterprises out there, people doing a lot of things. You're walking into an automotive garage and you're looking at mechanics and you're wondering, are they technically sound? Because if they're not technically sound and they've been practicing, the day you will take a vehicle to them that is a little complex, they will hit a snag, and instead of solving the problem, they will shut the garage because most probably they have goofed, they have messed up with the car, they don't know what to do. And it's all because they were not technically sound. And so the first challenge we identified was lack of technical skill, but even if they were technically sound, lack of access to credit, access to finance. And for us, this access to finance is not once again bits and pieces, but ideally it's saying, let's look at access to finance holistically. These small informal businesses, they need startup capital, they need working capital, and they need tools of trade. Because if you give them one and not all of them together, once again, you limit their growth and you limit the extent to which they're able to maximize their profits. And so we looked at that holistically as a whole package. As a matter of fact, when we looked at it also, we realized that there was also need to do some blended financing. Blended financing for us is where you're blending debt, financing, and equity and grants where need be. And then the third problem we identified was just lack of formal markets. And if you followed the conversation of the day, that was very, very brilliant. I did enjoy so much listening to the young people from all over Africa, from Nigeria, from Rwanda, from Kenya, from Ghana. And the thread was the same. The message was the same. The challenges are the same. Wherever is happening in Ghana is what is happening in Kenya with the informal businesses, the struggles of the young people who have gotten into the spaces of trying to do business, but they have all these challenges like lack of formal market. And I was also very delighted to hear the African free trade conversation. They too also spoke so much about that lack of formal markets and the need for us to be intentional about creating those markets. And so Oftentimes you see those micro businesses, everybody's doing whatever they want to do, they're struggling, they're hustling, but it's not as though they have any formal market that they're responding to. It is just, try and error, but with no much formality to it. And then, of course, the last one and most critical is lack of managerial and entrepreneurial support. And this basically is where we are saying that if you look at the corporate, and I think I alluded to this morning in the keynote conversation, where really we are saying that big corporates are able to survive and to thrive because they can be able to afford to recruit or to contract the likes of PwC, KPMG, Deloitte to come and help them do some work that they're not an expert in. But the same services that corporates enjoy, small micro informal businesses should also be able to enjoy, and they need the same services, but they cannot enjoy all those services because they have no finances. And because they don't have, the ability to engage in that space or to contract those services, they struggle. And they will try and run a business they themselves, try and do their own bookkeeping, never mind that they'll not be able to differentiate between revenue and profits. And so they will, spend money thinking that they're profit. And all the while, it was all about revenue. And so really the need for us to therefore provide them with the managerial, entrepreneurial support. The next slide then gives us our proposed solution as Tujijenge program. And once again, as we are saying, truly shared value is not a short stay. It's for a long, it's a marathon. And that's why even the solutions and the shared value are very holistic and very compact and very expensive as well. And that's why they also are enduring solutions. But with that investment, therefore, you can expect a return, a long-term profitability. And so on the upper part of the presentation, what you see are the solutions, therefore provision of technical skill. And in provision of technical skill, what we have done under Tujijenge, we have taken the young people and we have given them scholarships to go to vocational school. And in taking them to vocational schools, we target between 3 to 6 months. They can go beyond 6 months, but it's where we say we want to jumpstart them, give them the ability to go back to class, take a course. If they are able to take themselves further, to a diploma and a degree, so be it, but we help them to start. After giving them the technical skill, therefore, we now also give them access to credit. And that is provision of finance. Once again, as I say, our finance does not come as a single lane finance, but is a whole compact, holistic approach. We therefore give them startup capital, working capital, asset financing. Those are the tools of trade, so that they are really able to they're really able to start off wherever they, the business they want to get into. Then we intentionally provide them with market linkage. As much as possible, as a matter of fact, we start with the market and we work backwards. We have the big privilege of being able to do market linkage, because when you really think about a bank of our magnitude in all 7 countries within the region, we are literally banking almost everybody in the market. And so because we bank the market, it is very easy for us as a foundation to sit with the corporate arm of the bank and ask them to hook us up with the market. And all the while for us, as we are doing that, we are doing it on behalf of the young people. For example, if you're going to train the young people on in agriculture, production of vegetables, we are able to negotiate opportunities for them at the supermarkets. And then definitely the next other thing that is so critical is provision of business development support. Remember, we said they cannot be able to afford hiring the KPMGs and the Deloitte. But then again, we are saying, who is KPMG, who is Deloitte? Who are all these consulting firms that we all see and enjoy working with so much as corporates. They are really a composition, they're composed of all the professionals such as marketers, accountants, lawyers, agronomists, and all that, engineers. But all these professionals are so much our young people, our young graduates who have gone ahead and graduated, but they're sitting at home idle because there are no jobs. And so essentially what it is we have done is to take those young people, the professionals who have graduated, and we are helping them become the consultants. And essentially we are telling them, we will train you as consultants, we shall put you on payroll, you will not necessarily consult for the big guys like the KCB corporates, but you'll consult for all these small businesses that we are setting up. And as you consult for them, if you do a good job, when the program ends, they should be able to retain you, because now they themselves as businesses, they have thrived and are growing. And so down there, the lower part of it is exactly what it is I've spoken about. We will, we continue giving the business, we give them the loans, we incubate them for a period of 12 months to 36 months, depending on how long the loan is. And we are then able to also give them growth. And if you go to the next slide, and I know that I'm running out of time and I will be very fast in the next slides. Every good development program must have a hypothesis. And our development hypothesis, or what we call our theory of change, is that if we skill the young people, give them access to finance, as I have said, give them financial literacy, enhance their enterprises and incubate their businesses, give them deliberate market linkages, then we should be able to see a creation of economic wealth. We should be able to formalize the informal businesses. We should be able to create those enduring solutions that will be able to create jobs for the young people. And if we create jobs for them, we help them grow their wealth, we should be able then to bank their wealth. And in banking that wealth, that's what we call profitability for the bank. And then the next slide, if I quickly run through it, is really just an implementation sequencing of the Tujijenge program. Stage 1 is what I spoke about, that's training, where we take them to vocational school. Stage 2 is incubation, incubating them for 12 to 36 months. And stage 3 is where we now exit as a foundation, and in every sense, we pass them back over to the bank. And in passing them over to the bank, essentially what we say is loan number 1 came from the foundation in the safe space of the foundation, where we are, we have the blended financing. Occasionally we use the grants, we use the equity, we use debt, but loan number 2, they go to the bank, and in every sense, the bank is able now to scale them and sustain them. And if you can take me to the next. The next slide tells us the areas in which, the sectors in which we have focused in. We focus on automotive industry, we focus on construction, beauty and personal care, hospitality, agribusiness, and ICT. And really, when you look at all these areas I've spoken about, these are the low-hanging fruits, the places where we have seen great opportunities that lend themselves as an obvious opportunity for young people to create jobs. And it's young people of all walks of life. It's really from your high school dropout, your primary dropout, all the way to your university graduate. Within all those 6 categories, they're able to fit. And the next slides really are so much photographs of the work that we are doing. If you visit our website, you see a lot more. We are not only doing it in Kenya, we are doing it in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi. We shall be going to Burundi soon, and South Sudan. And right there you see, that's a stage 1. They're in class, that's vocational training, that's carpentry. The next stage, if you take me to the next slide, that's the incubation. This is what it is we said. We help them. And incubation is very important, because when we give them the lawyer, the accountant, and the marketer, the 3 or we call them trios, are not training them, but they are doing, is exactly what your consulting firm does. And so they help them do audits, books of accounts, business strategies. They, license the businesses, they register the businesses. The marketing guys help them do the branding and really bringing the 4 P's of marketing to bear. And then the next slide is where we say, if you can take me next, yeah. So far, since inception in 2016, we have done over 37,000. We have trained them, and we have disbursed loans of over 5 million. I know we have set aside about $200 million that we shall soon, over the next 5 years, be disbursing, especially on a program that we have now partnered with Masterclass Foundation to scale up the program. And then we have incubated over 14,000 individuals. We have given them access to business development. We love to pride ourselves. The photo you are seeing there, it's the head of state, that's our Kenyan president, who is so much our champion and who so much every year we invite him to come and graduate the classes. And we are happy to say that we have very good support with government because we work well with government. But very, very quickly, maybe in the next, I guess I have less than 5 minutes, really look at our success stories, hydroponic farming, and we are glad that in the earlier session, we were well represented by Elizabeth Okulu on hydroponic farming. Once again, now we are looking at Michael. Michael was one of our beneficiaries since 2018. He went through the program, the training, stage 2, we helped him. We gave him access to finance. He built, we helped him build a greenhouse and of course, grow the tomatoes you are seeing. And because we are doing this scientifically, you can clearly see that this tomato is a very healthy tomato. And it is very predictable because hydroponic farming is so much a scientific way of growing food without soil, using science, but in all the safety. And we are happy to say that we have a market for Michael. And this is where with the loan that we have given him, Michael is able to repay his loan and is able to take home some cash. The loans for greenhouses, ordinarily, a greenhouse like this with tomatoes, 12 months he's able to repay the loan. And the second year now he's able to start growing his business. The next slide is, once again, here we were showcasing our hydroponic science, farm to the president of the country. You see that's our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and our CEO, group CEO, Joshua, and the rest are our beneficiaries, and our Minister for Youth in Kenya are just walking them through what it is that we are doing with the young people. And the next slide, a slide I love to show, the young people who have finally graduated, and we have taken them through the learning process. That's their greenhouse. And you can clearly see that vegetable, that's lettuce. And you can clearly see that it's very healthy. And it is healthy because, once again, it's scientifically done. Next slide. Next slide is where we are now talking of beauty. And in beauty, what it is we have also done is to do the franchising model. We have franchised there. We have partnered with Ashley's. And franchising for us, if it succeeds, is a great way of scaling and sustaining. Right there, we are showcasing Juliana. We gave her a loan of 5.9 million after she cleared her, stage 1 of the program. She's able to do, revenues of 800,000 a month, and she's able to repay her loan. Construction, once again, that's one of our beneficiaries who's also thriving very much in construction. And we're happy to say that it's not just the men, but we also have ladies. If you go to the next slide, we've taken them through the training. But the good thing, this was a partnership we did with GIZ. After they cleared the training, they graduated with the tools of trade. That was a grant given by GIZ, a great, we are happy to say that we've had great partners. Automotive engineering, that's also part of that story of Peter Kanye, who is also doing very well, and has been able, to open up his garage and to be able to fix vehicles and to take a loan and repay the loan. Once again, the next slide shows us manufacturing, and in manufacturing, a partnership that now we have gotten into with the Masterclass Foundation, and we are manufacturing our own greenhouses, really saying that we do not want to do imports. We want to try as much as possible to do, to manufacture our own greenhouses and create jobs for the young people. And right there, that's in partnership with Gearbox, one of our trainers. And in the next slide, it is so much the scaling up of the program, where we have partnered with Masterclass Foundation, as I have just said. For 5 years, we are glad to say that they gave us $125 million to create 1.5 million jobs in the next 5 years. And it's through, all the 3 steps of the program that we've spoken about. And the next slide showcases the work that we are doing in Rwanda. We have started small in Rwanda because we are saying we want to take all the lessons we have learned from Kenya, because if we perfect that, it becomes very easy to do all this. But we are happy to say, and in the earlier session, we did showcase Jeanette from Rwanda, one of our beneficiaries of Ijire in Rwanda. And really, the rest are just photos and our good stories. And thank you so much. I think we are so much ready to answer any questions. That's been our journey.
I know we rushed you through that a little bit. So I think something you said this morning, and I know Joshua always say that, is that the future belongs to the doers. So for me, we've got some Q&As that we want to bring up. Can we bring them up on the screen?
Sure, please.
Oh,
yes,
now I
please.
have to. Can you read the question, because my eyes are so bad, Immaculata? Over to you.
Okay, Jane, thank you for sharing your beautiful case study and the phenomenal results you've achieved. So, yeah, great insights. I've got some resources for university degrees. Can KCB help us to get the program accreditation through the UN so young Africans can have free university education? I think that's one of the questions, Jane.
Yeah. Okay, you want me to... Okay, you want me to answer one by one?
No, what we're going to do, Jane, we'll choose some of them. So if you can answer the first one, what Immaculata was saying. Somebody's asking about free education, but
and accreditation.
And accreditation, but I'm not 100% sure if that's something that we want to discuss at this, at this time. So next question.
There's another question around how many years does KCB take to support the entrepreneurs through this process?
That's it. Can you answer that one for us, Jane?
Yeah. Ordinarily, we take about 12 to 36 months. Now with Mastercard, actually, we are doing it up to 60 months. And it all depends on the loan. If you're given you a loan for 12 months or 60 months, we want to incubate you during that period of the loan. But even beyond the loan, there are still those people that have not taken any loan and they need that incubation, they need the trio, they need the legal services. So we do, it's between 12 to 36 or to 60 months.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So Jane, I've got another question for you, because I think when we look at this from a shared value perspective, and I think people always say, how does it close the loop? So KCB started with an initiative. They identified a social issue, which is that young people didn't have jobs. So what they did is they came up with an initiative, and the loop closes itself when that young entrepreneur gets trained and he gets empowered and he goes back into the banking system. So that's the shared value loop when you look at it. Now you've got a really big target ahead of you with Mastercard on how, I think you said 5 million or 1 million jobs or in 5 years.
1.5.
Yeah. So are you gonna scale it across other countries, or what is the plan for it?
Yes, definitely. We do intend, I know with MasterCard what we have signed is just for Kenya, but since we are already doing the work in other countries, we are already speaking to other donors to see if they will come and help us scale in other countries. Like if you look at the work we have done in Rwanda, and you know, you look at a young lady like Jeanette that was with us this morning, started small, but I remember last year around November visiting her business and very, very impressed that she's been able to. And so we do really intend to scale up because the need is the same. The need in Uganda and Tanzania and Kenya and Rwanda and Ghana is the same. The need is the same in Africa. So this model, you know, we want to take it across the continent.
I'm very happy to hear that because, as you just said, the need is our young people need it. They really do. And with that, Jane, I want to thank you for your time. And I want to thank you for being the powerhouse behind the Tujijenge, initiative for KCB. And thank you very much for being part of our masterclass this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It was great sharing with you.
Thank you,
Jane.
Thank you, Jane. And now we're going to ask our technical team to bring up our poll first, please. Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay, we're just waiting for the poll to start. Okay, over to you, Immaculata.
So what we'd like to know from the audience, I think we've spent some time looking at the shared value framework, the importance of purpose and the SDGs, as well as the framework and how through the framework you can actually start creating shared value through the products, the value chain, etc. And now we'd like to know, can all companies, regardless of what product or service they offer, create shared value? There's been a lot of controversy and debate around companies that would qualify to be shared value companies versus not. So please answer yes, no, or not sure.
And I do hope that more people will answer it so that it's not just Immaculata, myself sitting here, hey? We really want people to answer it.
I must say it's been quite a challenge doing this virtually, but I think that we've had to adapt to the change, and so far so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few minutes or seconds, I think, to get the feedback on the poll. So can shared value company, or can companies, in fact, regardless of what product or service you're in, create shared value?
And while we're waiting for you to answer that, I just want to add a little bit to today, is that this is really what we've given you today is a really, really broad overview of what shared value is about, because there's so much more involved in it, and the thing is you can't in this short time try and sort of land it, show it to you, make sure that you understand it completely, and then hope that you're going to go tomorrow and implement it within your organization. So I think for me, and now it's an opportunity, and I know, Immaculata, you were going to mention it, but I'm going to mention it. We've got, in August this year with the Strathmore Business School, we are delivering a 3-day shared value course, which I can say is Harvard aligned. So we've looked at what Mark and them do at Harvard, and then we've localized it for our continent. And I really think it would be really, really awesome if some of you, if you're really interested in becoming a shared value advocate and you're thinking of moving strategy as well, really, really great for you to try and attend that in August. And now we're going to have to do it virtually.
Yeah.
Because before we were going to deliver it in March, and then we had to, obviously COVID-19 came, and we had to change all of those plans. Over to you, Immaculata.
Well, the results of the poll are quite resoundingly yes. All companies, regardless of the service or the product they sell, can create shared value. That's very encouraging.
It is very encouraging.
What about the controversy, Tiki, around there's been certain social ills, I think, that is a result of some of the, I guess, unintended consequences of business and trading. We've had oil spillages. We've got global obesity challenges. I know that we've had a period of lockdown in South Africa where many people were up in arms that they can't have their occasional drink. But we also know in the background that gender-based violence has predominantly been driven by the consumption of alcohol. So how does a company create shared value if that's the product or service you offer?
I think when you look at something like alcohol, it's always been a very topical discussion, because often people said, and I think it was from a banking industry, it was BNP Paribas that earlier on this year actually announced that they will not be funding any coal mines anymore. So there is this, you've got to, there's this social, because if you look at coal mines, let's look at our country though, is that there's so many coal mines in our country, and it provides so many jobs.
Employment, absolutely.
So if you close those coal mines, the social issues, the ripple effect of that, like with COVID-19 now, is enormous.
Yeah.
So the thing is, how do we do it from a business perspective? If every single company can do it, and let's look at alcohol as well.
Yeah.
Is what are we doing? But then we had the discussion yesterday with the sorghum farmers that I think it was East African breweries have started this whole new farming community that provides their sorghum. So there's the personal purpose, social issue that comes up with something like that. But I'm really glad that everybody thinks that we can all create shared value, because even organizations like from an alcohol perspective or from a, one of those other social ills, can actually create
and
shared
quite
value.
encouraging, in fact, when you look at the framework and the first pillar of creating shared value, that some companies have actually gone to the extent of producing zero-based alcohol products.
Yep.
Which talks to the fact that there's an awareness of what needs to be happening in creating shared value, particularly as it's guided by the SDGs. Okay. I think now would be a good time to discuss purpose.
Yep. We haven't had, so we've had our poll, so now over to purpose. And over to you.
Purpose. Can we have the slides up, please? Okay.
Quickly.
Right.
Yes.
So.
Do you have to tell this? Oh. Okay.
There's a lot of research that's been done on purpose, and I think what's interesting and thematically coming through in all this work is that it's thematically aligned with the work of Professor Kramer and Michael Porter on shared value. What's on screen now is what the Reputation Institute has done. They run an annual survey to look at the reputation of leaders, the reputation of countries, the reputation of businesses. And they assert that we are living in a reputation economy where forces beyond just profits matter now more than ever. And I think throughout the 2 days of the summit and throughout the discussions we've had so far, one can see that underlying the success of every business, aligned with government and society, is a purpose. There's a study that was done recently among 200 CEOs, and they were asked to rank the top 10 things that as leaders they would have to keep in mind on their radar, both at a strategy and implementation level, for the success of their businesses. And it's no surprise that higher purpose was rated as the top most critical thing to consider. And what these CEOs are saying is that companies need to deliver on a corporate brand purpose and embrace cultural values at an emotional level that transcends the products and the services. In fact, suggesting that profit and purpose now coexist, they're not mutually exclusive. Some of the things that are emerging are sitting in our sustainable development goals, once again affirming that there isn't a shortage of what companies can do to define their purpose. CEO activism came up as number 9. And we know recently that with all the violence that's been happening around the globe, there was a very unpopular post that was put up by President Donald Trump, and the CEO of Facebook was under fire from his own employees for not speaking up around racism and violence that was happening through their platform. So CEOs are also standing out outside of what the bottom line is about and return to the shareholders to speak about purpose and to stand for something. Diversity and inclusion, another critical SDG that we need to be relating to, but top of the charts, the CEOs are saying purpose and higher purpose is absolutely crucial. How does the Reputation Institute define purpose? And just see how it links back to the definition we saw earlier on by Porter and Kramer. Higher purpose is defined as the principles of why the company exists. So again, shared value speaks to the how, but purpose speaks to the why. To fulfill a higher purpose beyond profits and to operate according to an elevated level of moral principles. This challenges every fiber of the organization. Interestingly, in the same study, when asked whether the CEOs that were surveyed across Latin America, EMEA, and across the globe, the 50% of the CEOs were saying the decisions that they make on a day-to-day basis aren't truly reflecting their business purpose, and that they would go back and review how it is that their strategic and operational decision. But the recognition that higher purpose is crucial at this point in time in their businesses was highlighted as being at the very top. The Reputation Institute also releases a study of companies that are most admired for being exemplary in living the values of a good reputation, which comprises of drivers of reputation, ranging from citizenship, so what has the company done for society lately, leadership, products and services, performance, innovation. And there we go. Some of the companies that we spoke about earlier also once again being highlighted in the study as driving purpose through the work that they do every day. In the same similar reputation study, 181 CEOs signed a pledge with a purpose statement. So once again, you're seeing CEOs taking a little bit of a step back on reflection, looking at their companies, their performance, return to shareholders, and talking about why do we exist? What purpose do we serve? How sustainable is society as a result of the work that we do? And they're all signing a pledge where they're saying, we commit to delivering value to the customer. We spoke about society on the definition of our shared value from Porter and Kramer. Investing in the employee, who's the advocate of the product we sell. Dealing fairly and ethically with suppliers. This links back to the supply chain pillar of the framework for shared value. Supporting the communities in which the companies work. And generating long-term value for shareholders. Everybody that spoke about shared value said it's not a quick fix. It's not a destination, it's a journey. And returning value to the shareholders who provide the capital that allows companies to invest, grow, and innovate. Whether or not with a mirror view these companies are delivering on this promise is neither here nor there, because every single company is uniquely on their own shared value journey. However, the fact that there is a commitment at this level by CEOs recognizing purpose as being just beyond some intention on a piece of paper or a plug on a wall is quite critical for how the shared value journey is driven. A different study by Cohen, Potter, Novelli on purpose that was run in 2018. An interesting definition again that has a common thread of how it is that purpose defines and charters the North Star for organizations. Purpose isn't just a marketing buzzword. Businesses are changing how they operate and what they stand for to have an authentic, more impactful role in society. Purpose is more than just a mission statement or a commitment of values. It defines an organization's value in society, which allows it to simultaneously grow its business and positively impact the world. What's going to impact the world? The 17 SDGs that we spoke about. World hunger, education, inequality, climate change. Purpose must be deeply embedded within the organization, the brand, and the experience that is delivered. How do people react to organizations that have defined a purpose and are living the purpose through what they communicate, to the products that they sell, to how they treat their customers, and how they deliver value to society? The same study suggests that 79% of customers that were surveyed are saying, we would be loyal to a company if it was purpose-led. 70% say they would be proud to be associated with a company. And another 67% says, we believe that the purpose-driven company isn't just taking care of the products or collecting the premium. They care about the well-being of my family. And furthermore to that, there's statistics that suggest that the same audience would invest in a purpose-led company, would even work for it. And they'd say they would actually be advocates of that company through the products and services that they do and defend it in an instance that it made a misstep. So all research shows and suggests that being purpose-led as an organization is a long-term strategy that sustains not only the organization and its profitability, but also communities within which these organizations operate. So what happens if you don't have a purpose? Where do you start? Well, first of all, we've spoken about the SDGs. There's 17 challenges that we have globally that we could be solving right now. And the 17th SDG talks about partnerships in making sure that the SDGs happen. So there'll never be a shortage of a business challenge to solve with the SDGs as a guideline. So if you don't have a purpose as an organization, there's always a reflection on the current products and services that you offer, the impact they have on your customers, on your employees, and on society, to go back and try to find a purpose that can pivot around what springs everybody to action to rally around the organization. The Shared Value Playbook, which has been released yesterday and will be launched at this eSummit tomorrow, also has given a definition of purpose, which rallies around this idea that a company's reason for being that simultaneously helps to solve a societal problem and creates significant financial value to the company. We've spoken about shared value organizations. We've spoken about how resilient they are, particularly at this time of COVID. And through all the research that's been done, whether it's the Reputation Institute, whether it's Kantar, whether it's FSG and the Shared Value Initiative, we have seen through a few cases, we've seen through the KCB case, the resilience of organizations that exist to solve a problem that exists in society and how sustainable they are long-term for the benefit of all. Mark also spoke in the opening remarks of the eSummit on Tuesday when the session opened up to say, purpose has got to be significant, it has to be authentic, it has to be profitable, and critically, it has to be serious. So there's a guideline in the playbook that says, if you didn't know where to start, this is a good guide to go back to your purpose. Does your purpose permeate the entire organization to the point where from the lowest level of employee to the highest level, bottom up or top down, there is a single definition of purpose that is lived through the culture of the organization, through the policies of the organization? Is it serious? Is it profitable? Does it promote fair practice to clients, to suppliers, to the entire value chain? And this guidance that has been given and unleashed through the Purpose Playbook taps again into the guidelines that organizations can look at in defining what their purpose should be. There's an audio that was picked from Mark Kramer's opening remarks. It's got a little bit of a glitch towards the end because when he speaks about purpose, I think something happened there. Siri picked up purpose and said something else. Nevertheless, I think that Mark speaks about a superficiality that organizations can no longer hide behind glossy reports and sustainability reports that talk about the good that companies are doing without being held accountable for the work that they're doing. Purpose is what defines, what sets purpose-driven organizations apart from the ones that don't have. Can we play the audio?
Idea that capitalism can take care of itself without the support and the regulation of government has clearly, I think, been refuted. You know, we have lived in a world that has tolerated superficiality. It has enabled us to publish glossy sustainability reports, to claim that we are pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations developed, to fill out endless checklists about ESG performance and criteria, and to begin to believe that that was enough. Well, I think it is clear that these things are not enough, that to build a resilient economy and society to respond to this crisis, we actually need to change how we operate our business. These superficial promises and slogans and publications are not sufficient. So the question is, how can we pivot? How can we rebuild not the society and economy that we had before this crisis, but one that is truly resilient, truly equitable, sustainable, and even more profitable than the world that we have been living in. And we believe that embracing a purpose,
the purpose playbook,
and creating shared value is central to making that pivot to a more successful society.
So how can organizations pivot? Purpose is the only moral compass that can guide exactly how they do that. Let's look at some purpose statements. How serious and how authentic and how profitable are they? Nike has got a purpose: to use the power of sport to move the world forward. And over, we have seen how Nike has been able to do that. Is this purpose serious enough? Is it authentic? Is it profitable? Is it addressing a fundamental problem around the globe that society can rally around? The power of sport has been the universal thread that holds the world together, regardless of race, regardless of age, of creed. We've had World Cups around the globe where on stage, every single podium has been occupied by people from the most unexpected spaces. And Nike's purpose is to perpetuate that happens for every single athlete across the globe. Google. I don't know how we would be literally and figuratively navigating the world without Google. Their purpose is quite clear: to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Open source, Google Maps, Google Scholar. Every single thing that we do or are unsure about even, we Google. Is it a profitable purpose? Absolutely. The data they're mining in the background to be able to make their services profitable is clear to all of us. They have defined their purpose as an open source where we're all across the globe, wherever we may be, are able to tap into the power of their data and analytics to access the information that we need. Discovery, making people healthier, enhancing and protecting their lives. I am biased about Discovery's purpose because it has stood the test of time, particularly now at this time of COVID-19. How does Discovery transcend providing comfort and safety to their members, but to the society at large through the power of Vitality? 20 million Vitality members later, living a life of healthy choices and being profitable and productive back in society. We know that through this purpose, Discovery is able to tap into the world and its markets that they export Vitality to live to this purpose of making people healthier. From how people drive to how people bank, this purpose has seen them through in excess of 25 years of existence. Nestle, another interesting case. Their purpose is enhancing the quality of life and contributing to a healthier society. And whether it's their range of milk products for babies to the products we consume as adults, Nestle has stood true to their purpose of enhancing nutrition and the quality of life through the products that come off their production line. In fact, they've got a factory in the Eastern Cape, is one of the cases that they put forward, that recycles water to the point where they don't rely on municipal resources to produce their products in their Eastern Cape plant. Talking to sustainability and how committed they are to the cause of this purpose. Safaricom, we spoke about them earlier, and how they have used their M-Pesa product to ensure that transactions across Africa are enabled from wherever in the part of the world that you are. And with COVID-19, the fact that they've zero-rated all M-Pesa transactions, as well as increased the bandwidth of small businesses and households, and universities as well, speaks to how they're working every day to transform lives. So, as a reflection and a point in time on what truly makes for an authentic purpose, it's got to be serious, it's got to generate profit, it's got to be sustainable. It's got to be the reason the people that work for your organization to provide that service or that product can rally around it, because every single thing that they do makes a difference in the world and in the lives of the society, particularly the communities where these companies or where our companies operate. During the opening session of our eSummit, there was a CEO lunch. And interestingly and anecdotally, some of them had very interesting things to say about purpose. Some of it very deep and really touching the heart around how they're all applying their minds at this very uncertain time to drive their organizations through purpose. Here's some of what they said. Ifeniwa, who's the CEO of Tony Elumelu, said, "Purpose is about leaving the world better than you found it." How true is it of all the SDGs? Just a moment of reflection. Leaving the world better than you found it. Stephen, who's the CEO of the Private Sector Federation in Rwanda, said, "Purpose is about doing unto others what you'd like done to you." So as you're sitting on that hot seat of a CEO, as you're sitting on that hot seat of being an executive, as you're sitting in that hot seat of an organization that makes policy, as you're sitting in that hot seat of a government organization that's about to review that white paper, how are you looking through it with a lens of doing unto others what you'd like done to you? Those policies, nevertheless, will do a round robin and impact all of us that put them in place in the first place. So Stephen is saying, purpose is about doing unto others what you'd like done to you. Hilton Kalner, the CEO of Discovery South Africa, said, "Never before, particularly in these COVID times, has our purpose of making people healthier, enhancing and protecting their lives been as important as this. Every single touch point, from staff to employees to how, as an essential service, Discovery has had to come through to provide safety and comfort at the most uncertain time, had to be true and resonate with this purpose that was set so many years ago." Rebecca Miano, who's the CEO of Kengen in Kenya, said, "We had to drive our purpose through our employees in time. Instead of the leadership speaking about purpose, our own employees started speaking about our purpose to each other." These are narratives that touch the core of how organizations are starting to pivot towards using purpose as their North Star for the organizational decisions that they make strategically and, of course, in their operations. Lots of work being done by Kantar at this point in time, COVID time, but also just in general research. And they, again, putting another lens of purpose through the challenges of COVID, and saying while some brands are trying to figure it out, if purpose is just fluffy marketing, brands with a purpose are growing. And 80% of overperforming companies link purpose to absolutely everything that they do. So, again, if where do I start happens to be lingering in some of your thoughts and in your thinking, Kantar also took the Maslow hierarchy of needs and plotted, based on the research they conducted recently, where consumers are finding essential services as driving their everyday purchase decisions, particularly in this time of uncertainty. As you go up the need for esteem and self-actualization, perhaps some of these products, like luxury goods, are not as important, but at a fundamental basic level, medical insurance, medicine, clothing, epidemic prevention, financial management, telecommunication, connectivity. We've had a few challenges and glitches on technology as this eSummit was unfolding. The need for telcos, like a Liquid Telecom who wants to connect all of Africa, becomes those critical, essential, purpose-driven initiatives that companies can pursue. So opportunities are endless in this space, and again, as it relates to the SDGs and the framework that's been provided. Water is a human and business priority. Where do I start? There's a point in time and an opportunity to address water shortage around the globe and our consumption of it. Climate change, we've given a lot of examples on climate change and what companies have done, including launching credit cards by the economy that starts to measure and limit carbon emissions at a consumption level. This is a sum of the parts of Africa as a continent. It represents the colorful, powerful narrative that is starting to emerge as the Shared Value Africa Initiative converges these gatherings year on year to get young entrepreneurs, to get leaders, to get government, to get employees of organizations all rallying around the idea of shared value and how we can create it. In Mark's opening remarks, he spoke about Africa showing the world how it should be done. Take a look at the magic that resides within Angola. Take a look at the magic that resides within South Africa, where people are planting trees that emit carbon emissions, over 1 million trees being planted by 2030. Take a look at Ghana, which is the second largest producer of cocoa after Ivory Coast. Lots happening in African countries that if you unpack every single one of these 54 countries and what they do could tell a beautiful shared value story. And as we wrap the masterclass today, remembering that Africa as a continent, we depend on each other, we have incredible resources, we have enough muscle to pull together as a continent to drive shared value in our own neighborhoods, in our own organizations, in our own countries, but as a unified continent to show the world what the true meaning and definition of shared value is through our actions. I'd like to wrap up with a video that sums up the story of Africa.
Them got me chinyanja bapana bakepa beating down in yamo kuteka rap on it down in yamo beba bari kuama ni yamo kumeka maheta kupaka pena mo mega bari bakepa ni yamo teka shelela papite ni bo shelela papite ni bo shelela ona skile ona skile tanya menedi hangiri ni na family standing bambiri mo kantiri vikari njise afana ni mutambire mukabede pama beat ni she lela pama beat ni she lela pama beat ni she lela pama beat ni she.
That's all we had for this afternoon's masterclass. Can we have Tiki back on screen, please?
Thank you, I'm here.
Awesome.
So Immaculata, thank you very much for that. And just in about that video that just played now, before we go to Q&A, is the fact that we want everybody to come back to Africa, because this is the place to be, and this is where the future lies. It lies in Africa.
Home is where the heart is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So we're going to go to some Q&A, and I think I can ask you to answer the first one. So what is the very first step for companies to become shared value practitioners? Where does one start from a shared value perspective? So if you want to take that for us.
I think there's a number of things to consider. What I think we've had through a number of master classes and in discussion has been, somewhere in an organization, there's a department who's been tasked with defining the sustainability strategy and carving forward where the business should be going. And it kind of only rests and ends with the CSI efforts. Mm-hmm. Shared value is a strategy that is fundamental to the success of an organization and certainly must be driven from the top. So if anybody is on this masterclass or has been engaged in shared value or would like to start the journey, the first thing to do is to perhaps have a conversation with your CEO to see how the moral campus of what drives the purpose of an organization can come alive. And of course, in an Africa context, Tiki's office at the Shared Value Africa Initiative is a good place to start. There's a purpose playbook that's been unveiled to help organizations that haven't got a purpose to start from scratch defining what that purpose looks like. There's SDGs that guide exactly which business challenge you should be tackling. As an NGO, as an NPO, perhaps you're not a big corporate that can scale up the impact of shared value as we've discussed earlier. But the partnerships of the work that you do and how it ties in with what big corporates do is a good place to start as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think and one of the other questions was saying that our organization focuses on corporate social investment. So does that mean we have to move to shared value? And I just want to say to everybody out there is that, and we often get this because, specifically when you're part of an NGO or an NPO, people are scared, are sort of, they're a little bit scared that shared value is going to take the place of that. No, not at all. Because when you look at corporate social investment, and this is what Michael Porter and Mark Kramer always say, and what we advocate as well, shared value is all inclusive. Yeah. There's a space for everybody in the shared value model, in the shared value concept. So if your organization is doing corporate social investment, they have to continue with that corporate social investment.
It's important.
Because we're talking shared value here, and shared value is about creating economic value and value for society. So it is about profit with purpose. And that's why, when you were talking about purpose, it is the start. That's the very first start where you have to start as an organization. You've got to start with your purpose. So you don't give up your corporate social investment side. You actually, it becomes part of the overall strategy and the overall focus from an organization perspective. Because you find the social issue, you build the business case around it, you do your research and you implement it and you scale. And when you scale, who do you need? You need your NGOs and your NPOs in order to be able to scale.
I think also we can't underestimate the idea of inclusivity in all of this and conversation. Because once again, some organizations might be tempted to get a group of people together to say, let's sit around the table and come up with a purpose. I think what makes for an authentic purpose has to filter down to how the culture of the organization permeates through everything that's absolutely done. So inclusivity is also talking about not only who's around the table to have the conversation, but who has a voice. Because the purpose has to be lived by when the employee leaves the building and finds themselves engaging with their friends at a braai, or finds themselves in the heart of a conflict at a customer cold-facing space, that purpose must shine through. So purpose is not exclusive to the executive of the organization. Conversations have to happen that help define what drives that organization at a purpose level.
I think one of the conversations that we had, and I think when you engage, or when you as an organization, and you look at Discovery, for instance, if you as an organization decide to look at moving your strategy to one of shared value, corporate social responsibility is very much part of that. CSI is very much part of that, because when we look at corporate social responsibility, and you look at what happened with COVID-19, we often sat around the table during COVID-19 to say, fine, are we talking specifically, because people were asking us, are we talking corporate social investment? Are we talking corporate social responsibility, or are we talking shared value? The model for shared value is always, and that's what we say, without a doubt, organizations have to be sustainable. So they have to make money. They have to be profitable, because they have to pay their salaries, they've got to pay their taxes, they've got all of these government regulated entities that they need to adhere to. So that is your corporate social responsibility. That's your license to operate.
Yeah.
So you get a license to operate. You adhere to everything around that, and that's corporate social responsibility. When we look at shared value, we look at shared value as to how you take your core business and you address a social issue, or you look at a social issue that is affecting your business.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do. What is holding my business back? This is what Mark Kramer always say, and I remember when we were in Kenya last year with the late Bob Collymore, is what is holding your business back? Is it the fact that your transport system isn't working properly? Or the roads where you have to go and do your deliveries is really not great. So what can you do from a social aspect perspective that is going to help you to actually become more productive if you fix the road, to your customers? So there's all of those things that you need to look at, and that's why we're saying shared value is not this model that you can plug into, because you have to be creative around it, and you've got to look at your own organization. What are you doing from an organizational perspective? What are the systems that you have in place? How do you treat your employees? Your biggest asset. That's what we've seen during COVID-19. Your employees are your biggest asset. And if you don't look after your biggest asset, we saw, what happened. So we're almost out of time.
Let's see if we can take one more question.
If I believe in shared value, how do I get buy-in? What challenges could I face if I believe in shared value? I think from the challenges from an organizational perspective. What do you think the challenges are? If you want to go to the boss and say, listen, we need to move to shared value.
Well, a good start would be to tell your immediate boss that you attended an eSummit that blew you away. But honestly, I think that I can imagine just being the lonely voice in the room on a concept or a philosophy you've heard about, that you want to spring into action and make it happen, and yet you're not being heard, or you don't even have a voice. Find someone in the organization, I think, that's willing to listen. A lot of good is happening through organizations, even at a level of philanthropy, if I may add. CSI then took philanthropy to the next level, and therefore shared value is the one vehicle through which scalability can be achieved. So if you're feeling lonely and scared, just have conversations, coffee table conversations with your colleagues and friends. And it's amazing how one conversation can just gather momentum.
Absolutely.
Just speak into your peers and your colleagues, and perhaps you even write a proposal or an email to your boss. I think that the urgency and criticality of this strategy, particularly now, I don't think you'd find yourself a lonely voice, just given the impact. I mean, is your organization profitable? Do people sit around the table to talk about what propels them in one direction based on a central purpose? And I think those are all the questions that if you ask yourself and you see that they're not happening in your organization, could spark a very good fire.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're running out of time. Immaculata, thank you so much. As always,
it is a marathon session.
So in closing, I just want to to share something with all of you out there. So, you know, Fortune has got this top 50 companies changing the world awards.
Yeah.
I mean, Discovery was one of them a couple of years ago. I think they've been there more than once, actually.
Yeah.
So those entries have opened, but there's not a lot of time. I think they close on the 22nd of June. Then I also want to say, if you work within an organization, and what we're saying is that we don't always recognize what we're doing as shared value.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that we've realized in the last 3 years, you know, that we've been operating, is that you don't recognize it, and sometimes have a look at what you're doing from that perspective, because we're looking for shared value entries to the Shared Value Awards, which this year is going to be totally free. So you'll be able to enter the Shared Value Awards for free, and it's courtesy of the Lurie Awards. Thank you, Rajesh. And then in August, again, as I said, we've got the three-day course, which I think is a really great opportunity if you want to really entrench yourself and get to know the concept. And then tomorrow, as you mentioned, we've got the Purpose Playbook. So we're launching the Purpose Playbook in Africa. And people have always come to us, and so you've heard about the shared value now. So how do we implement it within an organization? And that's what we say. The Purpose Playbook is the how for us.
Yeah.
But as its name says, it starts with purpose. So tomorrow's program is also really going to be great. We've got a morning of innovation. I mean, we're going to talk innovation, which is so much part of shared value.
Yeah.
And I just want to close off by saying thank you very much again to KCB, to Joshua, to Judith, to Jane for making today, enabling us to deliver today, and to our other sponsors, Old Mutual and Abbott, that was part of us on the day before, and yesterday was Abbott. So please join us tomorrow, and thank you very, very much for being part of our first ever virtual summit and the first ever Shared Value Virtual Summit, and we're doing it in Africa first. So thank you very much, really appreciate it, and with that, over and out. Thank you.
You're a kid.
this time you've been right here. As we watching the sunrise, I couldn't see, I was blind, searching for the meaning. You've always been the sun of my life. You listen when I'm speaking. You make me stronger. Every time I close my eyes, I wish to stay a little bit longer. As we're watching the sunrise, too long, realize I love you. Taking me so long to realize I love you. As we're watching the sunrise, taking me so long to realize I love you. Taking all this time, now it's clear. All this time you've been right here. Right here. Now I feel like